Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer, the greatest professional wrestler of all time, your friend and mine, Double J, Jeff Jarrett, who whipped Bryan Danielson's ass all over primetime television this past Saturday night. And then he was doing the hard sell on 0 Hour, the buy-in for AEW Double or Nothing in Las Vegas. I'm sure they sold more pay-per-views than ever before. Double J was out there spitting facts, and he spit a lot of facts on this program, talking about starting not just TNA, but Global Force Wrestling. And that's what we're talking about today, the saga of Global Force Wrestling. Our topics today will include trying to purchase TNA. Yeah, what was that like working with Toby Keith? How did he wind up resigning from TNA? What were the early Global Force Wrestling negotiations like with New Japan Pro Wrestling? What was the pressure that Jeff felt to make Global Force a success? What was Jeff's relationship like with Dixie back then? What is it now? And how about when Jeff joined the Bullet Club? How did that come to be? And so much more, all discussed on today's episode, where we talk about the saga of Global Force Wrestling. Of course, Jeff was on location in Las Vegas this past weekend, but we will be back with brand new content next week. And of course, that means we'll be 1 week closer to Father's Day. Fellas, blink if you haven't purchased a Father's Day gift yet. Yeah, we thought so. Today's episode is brought to you by Manscaped, the leaders in below the waist grooming. Maybe your pops has had a bush since the 70s, and that's okay. Our friends at Manscaped have crafted the total package for his special day. Whether it's for the boys downstairs, his beard, or even his best pair of underwear out there, Manscaped has his bases covered. Head on over to manscaped.com and get 20% off plus free shipping with the code MYWORLD. Have him go from daddy to zaddy. And you can trust Manscaped. And I got to tell you, I wish Manscaped was around when I was a kid. My dad, man, he was competing with Dutch Mantel for the back hair award. Well, that beard trimmer that my dad's had since I was a little kid, he's still rocking it. Maybe it's time for a little upgrade from the one I got him when I was in grade school. Let's talk about the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. It really is the complete beard maintenance kit for all of our bearded kings. The all-in-one kit comes with the Beard Hedger, and that's actually Manscaped's most advanced beard trimmer. They're also going to hook you up with the shampoo, the conditioner, the oil, and the balm that Dad needs for his beard. He can even get the brush, the comb, and the scissors, so he can do all of his fancy styling. How about the handyman face shaver? They've got that too. And it's even compact enough to travel in his next travel case, and he can take it on all of his out-of-town trips. How about body hair? We mentioned that. Well, the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra's got you covered with the Lawnmower 5.0. It's perfect also if you're looking to keep him out of mom's nail kit. He can have his own. It's called the Shears 3.0. It's got stainless steel professional grade tools, and they're also styled and sized for the task at hand. I really enjoy this. My wife actually steals mine. It's the real deal, man. And how about this? Maybe we've all given dad some underwear for gifts. You know, dads are hard to buy for every now and again. So if dad's running around in some holy underwear that you got him back in 1999, put him on the new Boxers 2.0 from Manscaped. They've got this cool thing called the Jewel Pouch. It's a dedicated space to cradle your stones, if you know what I'm talking about. A little extra breathability. Hey, get 20% off plus free shipping for dad when you use our code word MYWORLD. That's at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with the free shipping at Manscaped whenever you use our code MYWORLD. Never forget where you came from, if you know what I'm talking about. And happy birthday, happy Father's Day, happy whatever from Manscaped. Seriously, the guy in your life, they're all looking for a fun gift that they're going to use. But this is a cool gift to give another guy because it's going to get a big reaction. They're going to think it's a funny ha-ha, but it's the real deal. I've given these to my dad, my uncles, my cousins, my extended family. I've even gifted these as work gifts. And let me just say, it's a hit every time. I get a reaction every time. Not only do they laugh when they open the gift, but later they come back and they whisper, "Hey man, that was the real deal." Yeah, told you so. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code MYWORLD right now at manscaped.com. And without further ado, man, let's talk a little good and bad and the ugly of Global Force Wrestling with Double J, Jeff Jarrett, right here on My World. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer, your friend and mine, the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Jeff, how are you, man?
Oh, Connie. How are we doing today, pal?
Better than I deserve, happier than a puppy with two Peters.
How about that? You feel like a crosscut saw. Take two good men to handle you. That's an old. We got several hillbilly sayings.
Yeah, man.
Huh? You know,
mean, it's, just hanging out like a hair in a biscuit, you know.
So folks, oh my gosh. As we were chatting, hey, My World listeners, thanks for tuning in. But full disclosure, we're recording this not in our kind of normal time of day or day and date and all that kind of stuff, but we're recording in the afternoon. Most of the time we record in the morning when I'm essentially fresh out of the gym, wake up, do my morning routine, get a good workout in, and I guess still a lot of the adrenaline, but I've been on the phone all afternoon. So my energy level is a little different. So Conrad, you're either going to have to, I don't know, should you smack talk?
Well, hang on. Are you hungry? Because if you are, we need to hang up and get back together later. Peek behind the curtain. The only times Jeff's ever been fit to be tied with me, I didn't figure this out at first. But by the time it happened the second time, I said, now, Jeff, before I respond, have you eat? And he said, I'll do that and I'll call you back. Bye. Because it was like we both acknowledged, okay, that's probably a good idea. And yeah, how about this? It's a good idea to hit subscribe if you haven't already. We appreciate you being here. Thanks for listening, but we want you to see what we're doing because we've upped our game a little bit. I think you'll dig it. It's My World on YouTube.com. Of course, we'd love to have your interaction. Maybe you got questions about our show and you'd like, I want to ask Jeff a question. Well, you can each and every week. We solicit those questions over on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. It's at My World Pod on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And every single week, you see Jeff sporting a different piece of merch. It's all available at boxofgimmicks.com right now. Love to have your follows personally as well. You can find Jeff on every social media outlet at Real Jeff Jarrett. I am at Hey, it's Conrad. And we are excited to be here today because, well, it's the heels of WrestleMania. Now, of course, we're recording it before WrestleMania, so we'll probably have some reactions to that next week. But what you need to be paying attention to is tomorrow night. AEW returns to Long Island. And I have it on good authority. This is the show they put the world title on you, Jeff. Have you heard that rumor?
I haven't. Well, is that innuendo or rumor and innuendo? Or,
well, listen, I said to myself, self,
yeah,
this report that Jeff Jarrett turned down the opportunity to take the belt off of Orange Cassidy has to be because he said to himself, I didn't come all this way to only come this way. I'm not going to be the doggone assistant manager again. I'm getting the big belt. I'm getting the big platinum. I'm getting the big daddy. MJF, you better look out, son. You're like a new school heel. We're going to show you what an old school heel can do.
I would love to.
Yeah. You're going to beat him in Long Island. I know it. I'm speaking it into existence.
I loved it, that Conrad, but you're as you say, man, that's a lot to unpack there. You just went through really quick. But
I mean, listen, boys and girls, set your DVR tomorrow night. Dynamite, Long Island, MJF drops the belt to a true heel, the last outlaw, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. And I know MJF's going to demand an immediate rematch this Friday because there's a Rampage and a Battle of the Belts in Kingston. You guys have shows coming up in Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, Sunrise, Florida. And there's even more house shows being announced in Corbin, Kentucky, and Salem, Virginia. Tickets are on sale now at AEWTIX.com. The Last Outlaw is coming to your town, and he's bringing a guitar that you don't want no part of. So come see him live and in person, MJF.
House Rules is off and running again, like you just said, Corbin and Salem. But yeah, man, what a schedule we have coming up. Gosh, Conrad, we've talked offline about that, but we've got a lot of cool events. Top Guy, but Canada, Calgary, we talked about that last week. Toronto, Hamilton, we like the Canadian tour. We're all over the place.
Hey, let me just say this too. You know, I got friends in the wrestling business. Did you know that, Jeff?
Conrad, I am I'll tell you a story offline about a production guy come up and said, "You know your partner Conrad?" I said, "Yeah, I know my partner Conrad. What do you?" And then he went into a store. Anyway, yeah, you have connections everywhere.
Well, so I wanted to say, I don't want to put you in a bad spot here.
Okay.
But I've been told, and I have it on good authority. I don't want you to comment. I don't want you to get in any trouble. I'm just trying to give, as some of your friends say, the Iggy to our listeners that
You're unbelievable.
Might be something special coming your way. Don't say nothing, Jeff. Don't say nothing.
I am absolutely not gonna.
But hypothetically, watch the damn show. Pay special damn attention. It's coming your way.
How about that?
I'm excited about it.
I am too, Conrad. I really, all kidding aside, who would have thunk the year of 2023 to 2022 is crazy enough. We've gone down that rabbit hole plenty of times at 2023. I really am. I am super excited about it for a multitude of reasons. We touched on WrestleQuest last week. That comes out in May. The numbers off packs and all the data and research and all the wish list and all that kind of stuff. It's booming. Springfield Lucky Horseshoes. Our friend. It's going to be, I may be letting the cat out of the bag, but I guess
here we go. Do it.
I'm part of the group, so I guess we can. But the leader, I guess you could say the leader, but
founder, the creator.
That's sorry, I apologize. Eazy-E, the creator and founder of the NWO,
and Nitro,
will be a part of the Springfield Lucky Horseshoes opening day festivities, ceremonies, and all that kind of stuff. Wednesday, May 31st, and Wednesday is the key day here. That's why the Last Outlaw will not be in Springfield. But yes, Eric is graciously accepted the offer. He's excited about it. We talked about travel, and so he'll be coming in. Lots of cool things. I know the ownership group is head over heels about the announcement. It's huge. So that's cool. Game coming out. Lots of moving parts. We've got so that'd be Saturday the 27th in May, Conrad. Anybody in the Springfield area, and I don't think you're much of a baseball fan, but Cubs and Cardinal fans are a whole different.
Oh yes, sir,
buddy. Great. It is. It's almost Auburn, Alabama. It's any kind of type of rivalry. My partner Jamie and his wife, one's a Cubs fan, one's a Cardinals fan. So those rivalries run deep. But we're having the Legends game last year, packed house. It's amazing. Springfield is right in the middle of Illinois, so a few hours north of Chicago, a few hours south to St. Louis, so right in the middle of it. So we're having our second annual Legends game. Pack it out. Great interactive autographs, and those players get out there, and lots of community leaders step in. So baseball season's cranking up. I actually got my world t-shirt on that kind of represents the baseball jive.
By the way, if you're a baseball fan, I don't know why you wouldn't support this, because there's going to be wrestling luminaries and wrestling themed fun and family fun baseball. It's a great time for everybody. Check it out. You want to make sure you're keeping up with everything that the shoes are doing. And of course, you want to keep up with WrestleQuest. But the reason we're here today,
oh boy,
is not to tell MJF to kiss that belt goodbye, because we know it's coming home to Hendersonville.
Yeah.
We're talking about something that you've done not once, but twice, starting your own company. And we've talked about, can't believe this is real, 2 years ago, because as we're recording right now, Jeff, as you recall, this is about the 2-year anniversary of when we first started My World. We said we're going to come out right after WrestleMania. Here we are. Time flies, man. Well, listen,
right.
We told the story of how you start TNA. And I think those are some of my favorite episodes, because really and truly, and I mean this, and I know there's going to be a lot of people who disagree with this, but there's only two people who can tell that story: Tony Khan and Jeff Jarrett. Tony Khan started AEW out of thin air. Jeff Jarrett started TNA out of thin air. And nobody else has that story to tell. Nobody has gotten that type of viewership, gotten that sort of success. I mean, both of these companies are still running today. And there was another one you tried, and we've talked about your return to Impact. But now today, it's time for us to finally, I've been looking forward to this one, discuss Global Force Wrestling. And there's been a lot of discussion about your time in TNA and how it came to an end and all that jazz. And we'll talk about that another time in more detail. But when you find yourself no longer at the helm in TNA, you still are excited about the opportunity. This is your family business. It's all you've really ever done. It makes sense for you to find a spot to build another company. And I'm sure you said to yourself, hey, I can do this again. Why were you itching to do it again? And were you hoping to apply some of the lessons you learned from starting TNA originally to this venture?
Starting Global Force Wrestling. So that is kind of our diving off point. And Conrad, as I looked at the research, and candidly, there was a lot of the research that's not public. This is all, Conrad, a lot of this may be for the first time. I don't know how in depth we've got, but the first time you've even heard some of this stuff. But I didn't really know where you wanted to jump off, because the TNA story, I don't say was a lot simpler, but WCW went away. There was a void in the marketplace. We've heard kind of all the foundations on why I thought there was going to be an opportunity. But essentially, the number one is that without a number two, there's no such thing as a number one. And when Vince bought his competition, it was just essentially the WWE and others. And when I say others, small independent promotions around the globe. Yes, Japan had a scene, and I know there's other folks out there that, yeah, Mexico was going, but it was just a 2001, 2002, completely different generation. Here we are 20 years later. But in this scenario, here we are, 10 years later. And so, Conrad, I think the best way, why did I think, of course, I'm going to try to use all my life lessons and then some. But, in 2009, when me and, I'll call it, and I refer to it on the Dixie power play, and I was removed from creative, and, sent home and all that nonsense. But in 2010, I came back, and me and Bob came to an agreement, Bob Carter, that, okay, Jeff, you focus on international and live events, go create revenue. And I dove in head first, and I was really, really excited. And with Don West and others on the live events, Andy Barton, namely, we had success internationally, lots of success, even tours and everything that went with that. But that went through 2010, 2011, 2012. By the time we had gotten essentially to the end of 2012, beginning of 2013, the writing was on the wall. The conversations were being had, not just in Nashville, but in Dallas. Dean Broadhead referred to it as the financial death spiral is in process. No need to go into detail here, but I saw the writing on the wall, and I made a very conscious decision. Karen had mixed emotions about it. A lot of folks did, but I knew the trajectory. I kind of knew we were headed. I knew the internal landscape, in that, Conrad, in a lot of ways, I thought to myself, I thought, am I going to just sort of stay the course and flounder and let this ship sink? Or am I going to go gamble on myself again? Not saying that I didn't have options, because there's a lot of things, what ifs, I could have done this, I could have done that. But I knew in 2013, the way we were headed, and I say we, collectively TNA, that it was ugly and getting uglier. I know the Hogan-Dixie situation wasn't pretty. The financial situation wasn't pretty. Obviously, BHE, Bischoff-Hervey situation. The Spike relationship was beyond strained. There was some international chattering going on that the brand wasn't what it once was. Now we're 2 years in, 3 years in, and some international markets didn't want to go with the branding. They bought TNA Impact, TNA Explosion, TNA pay-per-views, And that rebranding process that went from TNA to Impact, that didn't completely go over, and there was a lot of mixed emotions there. So in so many different ways, it was a mess, Conrad. And so I think the best place to jump off into starting Global Force, I think we've got to tell somewhat of the story of the exit, or I'm going to defer to you. But it was, I knew the time was over, and I'll let you let me throw it at you back on where exactly you want to start. But because I think your opening question was, we're going to use Wessons and why, and the writing was, to me, absolutely on the wall that TNA, as we knew it, was no longer going to exist. The revenues had radically dropped outside of the licensing deal, and our television contract was coming up, and I didn't have any optimism at all.
So, they say that necessity is the mother of invention. Had you always had the idea that, hey, I might go do this again, I might go start another company? I mean, because you had sort of played hokey pokey with the company there for a bit, and you no longer had your arms around your baby. You weren't in the driver's seat. You were being dictated to at times. And that's probably something that I would imagine you had at least been thinking about for a while, or is that not the case?
So this is a good jumping off point. Toby Keith, we've talked about Toby being on the very first show and singing, his hit songs, and just, a longtime buddy. Me and Toby got to know each other back, 92 or 3 or 1 or whenever it was. That's when our friendship. But Toby, singer-songwriter, but a lot of folks don't even understand just how successful of a businessman. Maybe one of the smartest. Yeah, he's certainly top 3, 4, 5. I don't know. Maybe the smartest businessman I know. His acumen's unbelievable. Yes, he's a great singer and a performer and a songwriter.
Time out. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I just want our listeners to understand that when we're talking about Toby Keith, I know some non-country music fans probably think, oh, the guy who said, put your boot in her ass. Okay. Whatever you think of country music, let me say it again. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Continue.
Conrad, while I'm talking the Google machine, if you'll bring up Fortune magazine, Toby Keith, and find out what month he was on the cover.
Sure.
It's just a little interesting footnote.
That was July 2013.
Okay. So that magazine comes out in about April, right? It's a little early time. So, around Christmas time of 2012, I begin to have those thoughts. The hypothetical. It's funny how you cachet it nowadays, but it's the what ifs. What would that look like? And again, for new My World listeners, at this time, I'm still the single largest shareholder of TNA Entertainment. And like you said, my baby, if you will. And so there was a ton of mixed emotions, and can we right this ship? What is Viacom's outlook really going to be? What's the temperature on everything? How are we going to get this thing back cranking out money? Because when Impact was taken on the road, when we took it out at Universal Studios Orlando and took it on the road, that was a massive, massive, massive financial drain. And it didn't improve the ratings at all. Not saying that it should or would have, but actually they trailed down a little bit starting in 2013. And so, Conrad, I'll just say this: into 2012, beginning of 2013 is when I really started after a couple of discussions with Toby and understanding Toby and his team. And when I say team, it is advisors, attorneys, financial guys that he vets everything that comes across, every investment that comes across his desk. We transitioned from being drinking buddies and partying buddies and me going to his shows, and he would drop by wrestling events. And I think I mentioned this. He actually back in the early days came to a few Asylum shows and snuck in the back door. But our relationship begin to transform in a very positive way into, okay, investor, an investor type mentality, in that I knew that I had to start creating documentation And what is the real story here? And I just don't need to tell the story of 2012. Let's go back and really tell it from 2007. So I started compiling as much data as I could. And it was end of February, early March was when the original agreement, if you will, between me and Toby, and what I had to do. And, I had to get attorneys because, Conrad, I had to be very careful because, again, I'm an owner and I have to proceed on the best way to navigate a potential acquisition. And so NDAs had to be signed. And so end of February, March of 2013 is when the original NDAs were signed between Jeff Personal, Panda Energy International or Ventures or whatever it may be, and TNA Entertainment. All of those were signed during that time frame, and that's when the data drops began to exchange. That me and my guys could really start putting together the numbers on what the picture looked like, the valuation, what it had been, what it was currently, and what the projections or what it could be. Of course, lots of things what it could be were up in the air at the time. So that's kind of the route that we headed on in 2013. Again, not knowing the landscape at all in Dallas or Nashville on how it was going to be received. But, I felt in 2013, early 2013, that at the very least, radical change had to take place or I didn't see us surviving.
How was it received? Did you broach this subject of what if I bought it to Bob and I got the money together to Bob? Is that the way it's pitched, or is it not that straightforward?
No, the original thing, being very diplomatic of the whole family dynamic in that situation, is that my attorney contacted Panda's attorney, and it was very well received. Completely understood. Hey, let's take a look at this from all options. There wasn't any, hey, and this is where, people are like, oh, what'd you offer him or this or that? It wasn't any of that. It was, hey, is there a deal to be done here? Bringing Toby Keith in as a strategic partner, it has a lot of value in a lot of ways. Let's take a look at that. And it was really received. I can't tell you how excited I was in February, March. And I knew that there was a family dynamic, and out of that situation, I learned because it was a set of circumstances that I wasn't going to get in the middle of that family dynamic, if at all possible. And I stayed out of it. They informed Dixie. It was a month and a half, 2 months into it. Not till Easter weekend did they inform her that NDAs had been signed. On the one hand, I don't think it was received real well because it was maybe done behind her back. But that wasn't my
intent.
It wasn't my job. I was told specifically by my attorney, you let Bob and Janice handle that.
Yes.
And they did. And they did. And so that's when the balls began to start going. And it was a better part of late spring or early summer that, again, Toby's touring. His tour cranks up every March, April. He tours in the summer. So going out and visiting him, getting numbers, going to Lexington, going to Oklahoma, figuring out that whole deal. And I'm still doing my day job. So it was a slow, steady progress. But at the end of the day, we were navigating the waters on how can we, again, there was never a defined deal that we said, take it or leave it. It was, new management needs to be put in place.
So let's talk about that for a minute, because it's often been said that you got the cash lined up to buy TNA. So at first, it's not necessarily, we're going to rebrand it as Global Force. It's, hey, let us get our arms around the thing and take the reins back. So you've sort of laid it out that Toby was going to be your guy. There were lots of other rumors at the time. Let's just talk about those rumors at the time.
Hmm.
Did you have a conversation with Paul Heyman at all about this?
No.
Did you have a conversation with Jim Ross that included a visit to Toby Keith about this?
So they're both Oklahoma boys.
Yes.
And Jim through, I mean, just, I don't say social, but Toby and Jim absolutely had conversations about all of it that I wasn't a part of. But Toby, he respects Jim, who wouldn't, and wanted to kind of get his take on the whole deal. But no Paul Heyman, but Toby and JR definitely had conversations. And being two Okies, Toby came to me and said, well, what do you think? And I said, it's Jim Ross. Is he really going to be available? What's the real reality of the situation? But not just, yeah, hell yeah. I'd love for him to be a part of it if at all possible. And Toby's laid back, simple mentality was, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, won't we? Yes, sir. That was his mindset.
So, I hate to put you in a bad spot here. So answer however you think you should. I know you always do, but I just feel like I have to put that disclaimer here. This data dump means that you had access to all of the, for lack of a better word, impact financials. And I'm not to say that, as the largest shareholder that you didn't have access to that, but hey, it's kind of somebody else's job at that point to keep up with it. And I'm sure you had access when you requested it, but now this is a different thing. You're going to have all of the data for quote unquote discovery or due diligence or whatever you want to call it. And at this point, you can really see where the rubber meets the road. What caught you by surprise the most? When you really dug into the numbers and you dug into the books and you could see the nitty gritty, warts and all, if you will, what surprised you the most?
And this is something that this type of level of conversation, I had never been. It was just, it was new ground to me. But the players that involved in Dallas and Toby's team had done it all the time. I mean,
Right.
This was all this. And so they knew that, hey, man, what you just said, who cares what the warts are? Let's get it all on the table and discuss it and figure it out, because moving forward, there's no sense of doing, I got you. That always comes out, because we never, ever discussed the Carter's out. It was always, you guys stay in as much as you possibly want to under the deal structure, essentially, predicated by what Toby wants. Toby was the one that was willing to put up, and be the lead horse across the board. And so that's where I went to work and tried to really drill down. But what surprised me the most, the amount of payables.
What was still outstanding, or what was being paid on a monthly basis?
No, yeah. What was in the IOU list?
Right. I got you.
Yeah.
So the bills had stacked up.
The bills, yes. Yeah. That I again, what you just kind of said, me doing international and live events, I'm more on the revenue side. I'm creating revenue. Dallas is paying bills.
That's right.
And it wasn't anything that I was putting my head in the sand about. It just wasn't my role.
Right.
But that was, I don't want to I don't want to be too dramatic about it, but Conrad, my head spun on several of them.
So now, listen, we've heard those stories from Bruce on his Something to Wrestle podcast that, there were lots of things that were unpaid and people were getting upset. And people know the story with Billy Corgan, and we'll talk about all that some other time. But I am curious from your perspective, did you see a path to profitability? Like, could you look back at the historicals? I know you're talking about present day 2013 here, but when you took a look at, I don't know, 08, 09, 10, 11, were there years where you're like, oh man, we just got to get back to that? Did you see that?
Without question. The talent bill tripled, not doubled. It had tripled. The live event revenue, the merchandise revenue, I'm talking about live at shows, as well as the online revenue. Remember, no Don West.
Right.
Live events had essentially, rolled up the sidewalks and were, I don't say non-existent, but radically changed. So that revenue was definitely need to be restarted. And the international was still good, and the Spike deal was still good, but the revenue was day down. The expenses on production and talent just so out of control. So out of control.
I can't help myself as a business guy. And people used to make fun of this when we were first starting with something to wrestle, and Bruce and I were figuring out how to be podcasters. But I'm curious. Can you share with us listen, a lot of people have walked around with the idea and said it repeatedly. Impact never turned a profit. TNA was never profitable. Now, you and I know that's not true. Can you discuss any profit? I mean, since this company's been sold a half a dozen times since, is that possible to talk about?
Yeah, no, I mean, TNA, I've said it multiple times. We got the Spike deal, the 1 hour deal. It's above break even, yes, but I'm not going to say, we were making money. When we went to 2 hours, we started making money. When we cranked up live events and merch and international, and again, everything's relative, but from a startup to clearing 6, 8, 9 million a year, it's a game changer.
TNA had $9 million profitable years.
2.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah.
I mean, even when you look back through like all the territory days, how many folks were clearing $9 million a year?
No.
I mean, I know WCW.
With
Nitro, but I mean, WCW in 88 lost money, 89 lost money, 90, blah, 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 blah. Showed a little tiny profit 95, started to show substantial profit 96, 97, 98, 99, and then it just fell off a cliff. But $9 million is a lot of money.
A lot.
Yeah. Not top line gross, y'all. Net profit. So listen, you see that, and of course, Mr. Keith sees that, and you guys think, well, there's an opportunity here. We just gotta sort of right the ship. What were the things that you thought needed to change quickly to make this a profitable machine again?
Like I said, I was never in production. Let me just start there. We had to clean up the payables, and again, that can all be managed, and I can't tell you, when you take a product and go out and tour with it, in our case, but in any case, but in our case specifically, we left Universal Studios, that you basically paid monthly fixed cost. The truck didn't have to travel 500-mile jaunts. It was a fixed, everything was fixed in Orlando. And I'm not going to say exact because you had to pay labor, but let's just say, Conrad, for slice and dice, half numbers, half our crew didn't require production crew. Half our crew did not require airline and hotel and per diems. So managing the production budget was first and foremost, because the ratings did not, like I said, they didn't go up. If anything, they went down a little bit, but you can't say they went down because we were on the road. I think it's more of other issues with it, but managing production expenses immediately was the first. And then talent, most of the time, can take care of itself. But again, now I'm looking at 2012 when you can just go look at the roster, massive amount of talent. And again, you can just look at 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, it jumped up, 2011, 12, it went through the roof. So talent production is always where a wrestling business can, it's what you got to manage. You got to manage. So those were the things that, again, getting everything in documentation where Toby's guys could vet it. And also, I mean, Conrad, I got guys, that we got our ratings data, and I pulled all that stuff in and did research, and we pulled data just from the time we went prime time and kind of showed that, and males 18 to 34. And we showed that. We showed international graphs on where it grew every year. It was a 40, 50 page document that was essentially the history of the financial story of TNA. If we'd have done this podcast, Conrad, in 2014, 15, buddy, I could have really rattled off some numbers because I knew it like the back of my hand. Because if Toby's going to invest, he has to have a comfort level that my guy knows everything inside and out. And that's how I viewed it. That's exactly. I mean, Karen used to go like, "What are you doing?" And I'm going, I want to make sure that I really understand all of this and cash flow and all this. And let me back up. As I first got into it, I started looking at age payables, Conrad. And I'm like, now, why is this 120 days and 150 days and 180 days? I would have to dive into all of those things that, a 30-day or a 60-day, even a 90-day is something that if you're still in business with a guy who's renting you a piece of equipment that you use every week or every other week, that's just kind of cash flow. But when you have other items that they're payables that are way out there and they have their age payables, I had to really wrap my head in and dig a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper. And so that was the payables were a mess, a real mess.
So listen, we've talked about it a little bit, but did you set an expectation with Toby as to how much money this might require? Did you know?
Let me say this. Me and Toby's team looked at that, and I can't say the elephant in the room because we didn't know, and Toby was willing to take a gamble on himself in that if I acquire this thing and keep all the pieces of the puzzle and put him on top or add him to the mix, it's not like we were buying it and firing everybody. That wasn't Neil. We knew that, and the amount of conversation, when I look back on it, the amount of conversations that Toby and me had, I wish I could have shared them with the Carters, all of them, and just kind of his mindset and temperament, because Toby was very specific. You don't want to upset the entire process because look at the track record, look at the success. You don't want them thinking they're gambling or betting or getting in bed with a completely set of different circumstances. It's just and I'm like, yeah, Toby, it's this Fortune guy that's on Fortune 500 magazine this month or last month or 2 months ago or 3 months ago. We're putting him in the mix. That was the picture, and right. The real reality picture of that was that Toby is in the entertainment business. I mean, I think he may be one of the only guys in history that when American Idol was red hot, they asked him to be a part of it, and he turned them down. I mean, he is a true mastermind of entertainment industry.
So you didn't have a real idea of what it might cost, but did you have a ballpark?
Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to take off. I mean, you got to assume all the payables, millions, and
millions of payables.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's ugly.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say it's 5 million, but north of $1 million.
Okay.
Inching up toward the next number.
Okay. Of way past due aged bills.
And well, that's what I'm saying is I could probably. I'm not. I don't want to.
I understand.
Some of that was
be specific. 90. I understand.
Yeah. I mean, some of that 60, 90, and 120. I just remember definitely north, and I was just like, wow. But anyway, so you got to assume all that, period. Then what kind of capital is he going to put into it right out of the gate? That is not the Carter money, not Jeff Jarrett money, not anything other than I want to invest in this thing. Hey, Jeff, hypothetically speaking, how can you make this organization better? What can you do to raise its game? A couple of answers that I gave him right off the bat is marketing campaign. Let's do a marketing campaign and back it up, but brand our whatever it may be. Again, this is really early days. I still call it early days of social media, but the digital, and we were early adopters of the YouTube strategy, but get in and start creating content, do webisodes, and just, spend some money on character development outside of the Spike program, be the best partner we could be with Spike. Hey, Spike, if we put up X amount of dollars, will you put up X amount of dollars? Really try to invest in the brand and in our partners. Toby was like, we need to, he would ask me, what do our partners think about us? And I'm like, we've delivered good ratings for a lot of years. Yeah, they're down. But they spend a lot of money on this show. And our ultimate goal is to get another program, whether it's a 1 or a 2 hour or a reality show or whatever it may be. Toby wanted to be a good partner. And then on top of that hey, Carter family. And Toby is his kind of a laid back saying is they pulled the wagon for a while. They got any wishes or wants that they want as a part of moving forward? So no, Conrad, I think you're looking for, was there a hard dollar? We never got there. I don't think that's putting words in. I don't know, but we really never got that far.
Did you run scenarios for how much you thought a marketing campaign might need to be?
And again, that's what Toby, I don't say it's what he does, but when he has an album release or a single release, and
they're doing it. Yeah, I got you.
They know ballparks, but now we're doing, but it's a different deal. The label would be his partner, but radio and all that. But okay, so now Viacom's the partner, and he's in the music business, but he knew in his mind, I'm going to put some cash behind this thing. I'm going to get this lift up, because he knew where it could go.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about the reason it doesn't work. We'll probably do more on this in the future, but we're trying to talk about Global Force today. And we know that ultimately you were not successful in your attempt to acquire TNA or Impact as it was. And there was a rumor out at the time as to why that deal fell apart, that perhaps Mr. Carter had a request of Mr. Keith that he just didn't think he could honor. And I thought to myself, that sounds like wrestling nonsense. So what really happened? Why didn't it happen?
At the end of the day, I think it comes down to the simple fact that Bob Carter had always been the alpha male and dictated his destiny. He knew all the water under the bridge. He also had, and look, at the end of the day, fear and uncertainty, I've been on all sides of it. What's the acronym for fear? False evidence appearing real. I believe Dixie wasn't sure, or shall I say, fearful of the unknown. If Toby gets control, what does my future look like? And under no uncertain terms, we let Bob and Janice and Dixie and anybody, our plans are to keep Dixie on board, but there are no guarantees that Jeff's going to stay on board. And Toby told them that if he don't run it the way I want it run, he's out. I mean, Toby was the lead horse. If Dixie doesn't he's a businessman. So he wasn't going to give that line of BS of, hey, this and that. But I absolutely believed every word that came out of his mouth is that we're going to get this thing rowing, and everybody's going to row in the right direction, or they will be off the boat, and we're going to get this thing back rolling and then some. So there was no, Dixie's got to stay on TV or this or that. I do believe at the end of the day, Dixie wanted to stay in control, and that was a non-starter. The biggest, and I'll kind of throw this out there, this is the story behind the story. They were attracted to having Toby as their partner, so much so that Toby called me and said, hey, Panda wants to come visit me at the golf course. And I mean, wants to come visit me in Oklahoma and have a meeting with me. I told them to meet me at the golf course at such and such day at this time that I'd meet with him. I'm just letting you know. I said, okay. And he said, just let it sit. But I just, as partners, I kind of want you to know, you got any feedback on it? And I'm like, oh, this is all brand new to me. I have no idea. You've got me single screen. I'd love to see Conrad's look on his face when I tell him this part of it. My delusional optimism really kicked in here because I'm thinking Panda's going to go up there. They don't want Jeff in the room, and they just want to have a good warm and fuzzy. And let's just see what our future looks like, and let's close this deal because the financials don't look good, and we got to get the nose up. And so Dixie's not involved in this meeting. It's Dallas folks, and they meet with Toby, and the meeting lasts about 10 minutes.
Oh,
hey, we'd like to have a conversation with you, and we'd really like to be partners with you and see a lot of strategic value and a lot of upside. But if there is a way to do this, to bring you on board and not include Jeff and let us stay as the lead horse, is there any kind of scenario we could work out? Toby got up and said, I've got a tea time. I really appreciate you guys coming up here to have a conversation. Thank you very much. Maybe there's an opportunity down the road. Kobe called me from somewhere between the clubhouse and the first tee and gave me that information as if he was regurgitating an in and out order. Hey, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. Hey, dude, I'll talk at you later. Bye. Okay.
So something you had worked on this entire time for months at this point came crumbling down in 10 minutes.
Again, I'm chuckling at myself now. We all live and learn, and what's happened in the past, it's completely water under the bridge. It all is what it is. I am tickled to death to be kicking the shit out of MJF. But the reality is, Conrad, I went into it thinking, all right, this is the final. We're going to push this ball across the finish line. How stupid am I, Conrad? Seriously, how stupid am I?
Well, as you may recall, there was a lot of wrestling rumor at the time that Toby was in, but he didn't want to leave Dixie as an on-screen character. And I thought that just sounds like wrestling stuff.
It was wrestling stuff.
The reality is the Carters were glad that you found a source for some cash and a life raft. Just wanted to make sure you weren't on board.
In the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Toby in the lead. Now I can kind of digest me because of kind of some personal issues. Forget the track record of the profitability, but maybe there's a personal dynamic. But Toby?
And to be clear, this was the scenario of not necessarily a full-blown acquisition, but let us buy in too. Not buy you out, but let us buy in.
You talking about me and Toby?
Yes.
It was 51-49 kind of scenario. I'm just giving that vernacular.
Yes. And do you think Toby would have entertained, we're going to buy the whole thing soup to nuts? Like not a piece, but all of it. Do you think Toby would have entertained that?
Look, and I used to chuckle in between cups of coffee. You know, there's a saying and there's a video. This is kind of a cornbread saying or not. But Conrad, have you heard, you only need to get rich once?
Yes.
Okay. Toby didn't need any more money by any stretch of the imagination.
He's all set. He's good.
Big time. Does he like wrestling? Sure. that has nothing to do with doing a business deal. He wanted the right deal structure. He always, whether it was buying a racehorse, a golf course, a tequila brand, a tour, a sponsorship, whatever, it's got to be the right business deal. He saw a real opportunity. Thank God, he believed in me wholeheartedly, and he wanted the right deal. He wanted the people who had pulled the wagon, the Carters, he wanted them to say, hey, here's the kind of deal we'd like to structure. And if it would have been, we pulled it this long and we want this much for all of it and we're out, he absolutely would have got into the negotiation game. Absolutely. He wanted, that's how, when I tell you, and this is where it's funny, we're almost 2 years and we're just, the diplomacy that he used throughout that, Conrad, I learned a boatload. I really did. He wanted them to dictate the terms because he didn't know, he understood family dynamics. He understood a lot of things. He just wanted the right business deal.
Right. Hey guys, if you haven't already, why haven't you tried Blue Chew? It's a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Cialis and Viagra and Levitra, but all in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. And it's super easy to get started. You sign up at bluechew.com, you consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you get your prescription within a few days. And the best part is it's all online. So you don't have to go to the doctor's office. It's no awkward or uncomfortable conversations. You don't even have to wait in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made right here in America, and they prepare and ship directly to your door, all in a discreet package. And let me be clear, Blue Chew's not just for guys who have a problem. It's for guys who want to hit a few extra strokes, if you know what I mean. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. So discover your options at bluechew.com. Let's chew it and do it. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code MyWorld at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's bluechew.com. The promo code is MyWorld, and you receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring today's podcast. Hey, so man, let's talk about, what's next. So you get this call from Toby that's very matter of fact. And I'm sure, you can just feel it in the pit of your stomach. Your heart sinks like, damn it. I thought I had all this figured out. Your next call is to Karen, your dad, someone on
Conrad so Cumming Station, 209 10th Avenue South, Nashville, Tennessee. I can tell you exactly where I was because I looked down, knowing the meeting started at either 9 or 10 o'clock, tea time, whatever it is, thinking I'm going to get a call from Toby in about an hour, whatever, one of those deals.
Yeah.
It's like getting a jury verdict back. Oh my God, he's already calling back. Whoa. So I just laugh at myself now thinking about how naive I was. Conrad, I jumped up and answered the phone and went into the stairwell because I was going to go downstairs and outside and talk to him. I got to the top of the stairwell and stopped because, it's one of those phone calls where, okay, this ain't, I knew from, hey bud, you got a second. It's all it's going to take. Well, what? Yeah. I don't know if he said that, but I knew the conversation. I just stopped and he finished it. And it was, it certainly wasn't more than 5-minute call. I may have asked one or two dumbfounded questions and, he was ready to move on with his golf game. It was that simple. Probably knowing Tobe, maybe a little frustrated that he'd spent time and effort and money on this deal for better part of a year. Probably he didn't feel sorry for me, but probably a little embarrassed for me, like
disappointed for you is the right word.
Okay. One of those deals. As I said here, I don't remember my first call. I would probably think that I called my attorney. I probably, because no need to go down the emotional route at this stage, because Karen was an emotional, it was the last thing on earth that I kind of thought that was the reality. Like, no way. My attorney would probably be the call, and here's the reality. And, great folks.
Were you talking to your dad at this point? Or were y'all estranged?
Estranged. I mean, the bad years were 04, 05, 06 till about Karen came into my life. And I think I've told that story. Karen came into my life into 09, 2010. And she's like, what the hell is going on? And we kind of all reconnected, me and my mom, me and my dad in 2010. So we had a relationship, nothing like we had in my sobriety, nothing like that. But we did have a relationship. So we weren't estranged. But no, he didn't get a phone call.
I just wondered, since he knew all the players, would he be somebody? You were pretty friendly with Andy Barton.
Yep.
Would he have been somebody you would have called and talked to about this?
No, absolutely not. And that'll come up here in a minute now to kind of tell you the set of circumstances. I specifically talked to no one inside the organization on purpose.
Because at that point, it was made clear to you, they want me out. I got to leave.
No, not want me out. Just they're not doing the deal with Toby.
Yeah.
When Toby said no, there's under no circumstance. It was, okay, well, no matter what Jeff is attached to, there's no acquisition happening, period. They're going to stay the course. And whatever that may or may not have been. But Jeff acquiring any type of leadership role was not in the cards.
Well, what happens next? You said you'd get to it. Like, how do we get from you're still a part of it to now you're going to go out and start your own thing?
A couple of days, maybe a week went by, because that was early December. Couple of days, whatever, a little bit of time went by, and I recircled with Toby and I said, well, bud, he said, well, you tell me. It's your life and you're the wrestling guy. What do you think? And I go, I wasn't bluffing you when I told you that I think a deal will be done. And the main reason that I think the deal will be done is twofold. One, if we drew up a strategic partner in the dictionary, that's you. You have access to a Rolodex on all facets that, Toby said it. I don't need wrestling knowledge. I need entertain. He was a great strategic partner. And on the other side of the ledger that I told Toby over and over and his team, and they agreed, is that Panda, they didn't have to do anything, and they didn't. And we saw that where that headed, but they needed to do something bad because it was ugly. Payables were ugly and the revenues keep going down. And it was pretty obvious there wasn't a strategic plan in place to lift the nose up and get going. And so what was next? I said, Toby, give me a little time, but if I leave and start something new, are you in? He said, Jeff, I've told you from the beginning, I'm in. We've got to create the right deal structure and figure out the right way to get this thing off the ground. But I believe in you now. I believed in you 20 years ago or whatever, 10 years ago. Yes. So his short answer was, yeah, I'm there. If that's what you think, he put not just 100% of the decision in my lap, but in return, he also said, yeah, Jeff, I'm in. We just got to kind of figure out what that looks like. And right now, I don't expect you to have that answer because you've been working better part of the last year on acquiring this place. So I know you don't have the plan in place. At least I don't think you do. And I said, I don't. So that was, kind of the situation. Talked to my attorneys and they said, look, you can't start working on another promotion while you're drawing a paycheck from it. That's a conflict of interest. You can't go start something, under this roof. And so I said, okay, then I see the writing on the wall. And look, things continue to not get better. And Conrad, you can kind of look at the AJ Styles contract, when that was coming up. end of 2013. There were a bunch of factors that I kind of knew that change had to take place. And so, Conrad, my oldest daughter, was in a high school basketball tournament in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Me and the girls drove over there. And I had thought about it, but my attorney said, look, what do you think? And I said, let's just make it a clean resignation and just kind of move on, and step aside. And, they, lawyers and accountants, look, my ownership, that doesn't change at all. That's a completely separate deal. As far as my, executive role, I had to resign. And so I sent that resignation letter in, and Andy Barton didn't know, Dean Broadhead didn't know, no one within the company knew. I hit send over in Hilton Head because I got up and thought about it and prayed on it. And I just, guidance, and is this the right move? And I just kept coming back to, it's not sustainable. It's just not sustainable, the direction it's going. And they pretty much gave me the answer, what they thought of me, under no uncertain terms. I mean, it was very clear. It wasn't a Bob issue, and it wasn't a Janet issue. It was a Dixie issue that I was never either get her trust back or whatever it was. There was nothing in the cards for us working together. And so I pulled the trigger and resigned.
How did that go?
With
the resignation? Like, is it a weight lifted off your shoulders, or?
Yes,
Okay.
it was yes, 1,000%, 100%, as the t-shirt says. Just because that was not something that had been building for even a couple of months. I knew change was needed. I always kind of go back to that whole rebranding mess that they look, and me and you've talked offline on a couple of this. I wish I would have had the relationship with Eric that I do now, that what he didn't know. I don't think Eric would have ever dreamed that TNA would have made millions in profits ever. Because I don't believe that's the story that he was told. He was told, hey, come in, we need your help, or whatever it may be. And because the rebranding, and I'm just saying this as a one of many factors, get rid of that 6-sided ring. Let's get out of Orlando. Your talent here, they all need a facelift or let go. We're going to bring in this whole new slew of talent. I mean, there was radical change across the board, and every indicator from our partners, it was not a good thing. So my kind of scratching my head started in 2011. So, you say, way the world lifted off, probably somewhere in 2011 and 12. And then obviously by the end of 13, I knew we are headed down the wrong train track in so many ways. And we were.
So listen, I know that this has to be frustrating. But I just want to ask, because we know eventually the Carters do sell and they let this thing go. Not part of it, but almost every bit of it. And I don't think any of that was ever really made public, but you and I both hear things. From my understanding, the Toby Keith offer didn't necessarily put any money in the Carters' pockets. It just righted the ship, caught up some receivables, and it was a new investment. And now we're partners in this thing together. There wasn't necessarily a big payday for the Carters, right?
We never got there. Remember, that to me is it's the what if that will never be answered.
Yes.
Had Bob Carter said, I want X amount of dollars for this, and this is why, he would have
been a conversation. We never got that far.
What? Again, it's a completely set of different circumstances, because you can show revenue.
Yes.
Now, you can show a lot of expenses and a lot of payables, but you can also show at least 22 million revenue.
Right.
when the later, when the Spike deal was gone and the Corgan and then the Anthem and all that, that revenue was nowhere close to that, pal. I mean, it's a completely different set of circumstances.
It's just crazy to me to think what could have been, but now you've resigned, and I'm sure people at your house and your friends are saying, well, what's next? Did Karen and some of your friends like, oh, I don't know, Mr. Sadler, think you were crazy for trying to do this again?
Karen didn't. Karen was 100% engaged in, you can do this.
Right.
You can do this. We didn't know what it's going to look like. We really didn't. We knew, and I told myself, let's really look at the landscape. Because I look at 2014, 2015, 2016. That's kind of the story of my post-TNA years. Because by the end of 2016, I was going back into Anthem / Impact. But 2014, January, February, March, April, was really me just kind of making phone calls and getting the lay of the land and diving into independent wrestling. I mean, like I'd never done before. Just really looking, I mean, I looked at WWE through a whole new lens as much as possible. I just really took 60, 30, 60, 90 days to just kind of drill down on the landscape. Hermie, again, was pretty energized in that, yeah, man, let's, I'll help you anyway. You know, Hermie's not per se the wrestling expert, but he's like, I'll help you any way I can. You kind of lead me in a direction you want me to go turn over rocks, and I will. And so that was kind of the whole kind of look out. And at this time, you know, Kevin Sullivan was no longer with them. And so, you know,
Kevin Sullivan, the production guy, not the devil.
Yeah, you're right. Yes. Yeah. Sully, you're right.
Yeah.
And look, yeah, I mean, so, you know, I don't say continued our friendship, but, you know, our conversations on, all right. And look, a lot of this will run together. Like, was it January, February, March? When did this come out? But no, we, and I say we, me, Sully, Karen, you know, a small group of us is, yeah, let's go do something. Toby is definitely going to be there. If we can make something happen, let's go give it a shot.
There's lots of social media buzz that you guys created using a hashtag. It's coming. Did you have in your mind's eye a handful of guys you wanted to lock down as far as featured talent or television networks you thought you could get maybe a conversation with? Or,
I mean, here's what, so we'll call it the it's coming, the hashtag it's coming. I don't think Sully, I don't think Karen, that was to really just kind of create buzz.
Yeah, build some anticipation.
I never dreamed that a simple little YouTube video that would start getting that many views, or, I mean, it started, and I don't want to oversell this, but Conrad, it surprised me, like, oh wow, people do care what I'm doing, you know, because it was, you know, not just from a talent perspective, but from a leadership role. It was, I didn't leave on a high note, if you will. I remember the last TVs that I produced, because I was on headsets, AJ and Nick Aldis and the Title Switch, and the last set of Impact tapings I worked in. I'm trying to think, because I think Eric and them were gone, and, you know, I don't know all the players in the deal, but I was on headsets and Dixie was 2 seats down. I was kind of in my element producing a lot of stuff. And I can remember thinking, man, it could be so simple and easy. Knowing in my mind, this is first, second week of December, that I'm resigning or thinking about resigning at that time. And so when I left and I got phone calls, I mean, AJ Styles told me later that when he heard about my resignation, he knew that things internally were much worse off than he ever dreamed of. And I got that vibe and phone calls and having conversations. And I didn't expect this, but people were like, okay, if he's out, what don't we know? And I didn't really think that part of it through because in my eyes, TNA had really run with me without the helm since January of 2010, essentially, or a month or two before that. But I got a lot of phone calls saying, okay, the one of the owners left,
right?
For lack of a better word. And so, you know, I don't say me and Sully were having fun with it, but we were just kind of creating noise. And those videos started getting buzz. And then, you know, the name of the company, Global Force Wrestling, and I started thinking through that. And then, all right, if we're going to do this, as we both know, I got to figure out the IP, the LLC, got to do the ink, got to do this, got to do that. You know, started putting those legal building blocks in place. And okay, in the state of Tennessee, you got to have a board of directors. And okay, how are we going to do that? Just all the legal mumbo jumbo, but the building blocks, I had made up my mind. Had conversations with Toby about that, and look, he was cool with everything. And let's lock in some social media handles and some YouTube and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, all right, let's figure this out. Let's do building blocks and not getting too far of it. But again, you asked this about the talent. I started, I mean, literally started. I called it a database or a Rolodex or whatever you want. I don't know what we originally called it, but anyway, just the amount of talent. It was amazing to me as the wrestling business from 2002 to 2000, we'll call it 14, just the accessibility. And nowadays, God almighty, Conrad, I mean, you know, Mania weekend or Royal Rumble weekend or Full Gear weekend or Double or Nothing, just all the shoulder bits. There's so much wrestling going on in the world. It's amazing. I mean, it is amazing how much is out there. And that was in 2014 is when I began to see it is a different time starting an organization than it was in 2002.
Totally different time, I'm sure. The day after WrestleMania 30, my first WrestleMania, I was there, and you had a lot of buzz. People were wondering, what is it? What is it? What is it? And then here comes the big announcement. After weeks of speculation and unprecedented internet buzz surrounding the hashtag "It's Coming," it is here. Legendary performer and third generation promoter Jeff Jarrett and his wife Karen are set to unveil Global Force Wrestling, globalforcewrestling.com, which promises to be the most fan interactive and immersive wrestling experience in history. Are those buzzwords, or did you have a different idea?
It's engagement across the board on every touch point. And it's, look, what we did at live events in 2007 or 8 was a slice for a live event at a TV, online. I'm a firm believer, and I was once I really started, and I still don't, nobody completely understands social media because it changes every day. Snapchat,
Right.
TikTok, all of that. But I'm going to go back to my early foundation days, Conrad, Louisville Gardens, Nashville Sports Arena, Memphis Mid-South Coliseum. It is such, we are in a very, very unique industry in that the engagement that our consumers have with us continues to evolve.
Yes.
In the 80s, it was on one level. On the 90s, another level. But you're not going to put the toothpaste back in the tube. You know, All Access reality show came out. Oh, they're pulling the curtain back a little bit more. When you look back on the history of the business, the curtain has always been pulled back, quote unquote, too far. Too far. Oh, no. Wow. They did. Whoa. You know, just all that kind of nonsense. It's just kind of the nature of the business. So I believe creating content, producing content, I think, and there's some things that Conrad, that I have in my running notepad to this day. I don't call it my it is. It's kind of, I have handwritten notepads that meetings and this call and that call and stuff that's kind of irrelevant. It's one I want to go back. I never throw it away, but I'll stash it away. But I have at the back of one of my notepads, different ideas, different concepts that continue to evolve. That's been going. I started this in 2011, I think, maybe. Just always kind of concepts and ideas and thought processes and touch points and different promotions and all that. So you're saying the buzzwords about immersive and interactive. Yes. And I think my mindset in 2014 and 2023 are the same. It needs to be immersive engagement. Yeah. What it would look like, it's going to continue to evolve for sure. And speaking of that, I can't believe I didn't hit this at the top. Conrad, I'm mad at myself, but right now I want to tell you congratulations.
Well, thank you, sir.
The award, and I meant to do that off the top. Again, it's the afternoon. I'm in this afternoon drive. I'm more like Castigo morning drive. Seriously, winning the award, but it kind of goes to this part of our conversation. You are a hell of a businessman. I love that post you sent me about your teacher saying that he was worried about you being you may want to tell that story, but no, congrats, folks. We are talking to a multi-award winner, but the Melby Award. It's correct, right? The National Wrestling Hall of Fame.
The Gordon Solie Award.
How bad? Melby.
I think this is the third time Gordon Solie was recipient number 1.
Yep.
Jim Ross was recipient number 2, and somehow I'm number 3, and candidly, I don't belong there.
But no. Now, hold on. We'll call you, which you always, folks, Conrad says he's so full of shit half the time. I don't know what I'm doing, Jeff. Oh, bullshit. Anyway, but you being, you do know what you're doing. But no, the mortgage broker winning the Gordon Solie Award doesn't jive off the surface. But when you pull the layer of the onion back and kind of look at this and go, okay, you've got Raw, you've got SmackDown, you've got Dynamite, you've got Rampage, and I'm going to say this, you may be upset at me, but Lance Russell was a voice in Memphis that the people trusted. Right? You agree?
I would agree with that. They trust Lance Russell, yes.
In the Attitude Era, it's sports entertainment, shock jock, Sable's doing this, Stone Cold's doing that, Mick Foley's doing all this. Jim Ross was a voice they trusted.
Yes, absolutely.
It just that's the nature of the beast. Fast forward 20-something years, the business is so polished and so shiny, and we've got to get this ad read in here, and you got this event. I mean, it's the nature of the beast goes with what Michael Cole does, what Excalibur does. God bless Excalibur. He is unbelievably talented, like beyond talented. But at the end of the day, I don't say that there's a distrust, but you don't put that in the same vernacular with wrestling announcers anymore. You take Conrad Thompson, a podcaster that is not afraid to get his guest and make them cry, or no, but you'll call the bullshit flag on Eric. You'll tell your father-in-law, now, Rick, what you really mean by this? And Rick kind of wiggles his way out of his chair and does this and does that, and then Mick, you pull Mick. I'm serious. They trust your voice. So congrats. I don't know where we were at the topic, but I'm pissed off that I didn't say it. But all kidding aside, partner, proud of you, man.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't think I deserve to be in a wrestling Hall of Fame, but
shut up.
When Mr. Briscoe called, I said, well, Mr. Briscoe, I don't think I deserve to be there. And he goes, well, you were the top vote getter for the category. I said, well, I don't know what to say. He goes, you say yes, damn it. I was like, okay, well, yes, Mr. Briscoe, but I'm not trying to all shucks here, Jeff. It's just, it was unexpected. That's not a call you expect to get.
I'm happy for you.
I did play my dad in checkers today, though, at the office, as we do from time to time. And I start whooping him pretty good. And he goes, man, I'm getting my ass kicked today. And I said, yeah, by a Hall of Famer, too. He thought that was the funniest thing ever.
That's good. Anyway,
We're talking about immersive in your quote here.
Interactive engagement. But the fans, as we've evolved through the years, things don't look like. You're not going to go back to having Lance Russell and Dave Brown sit at a desk. You're not going to go back to having Gorilla and Bobby, Vince and Jesse, JR and the King, that style. The business evolves. But what I don't think evolves is immersive experience and engagement. The immersive experience in the Kaufman era, that angle, the lady on the front row, she was engaged, and everybody in the arena. I know I'm getting way down the rabbit hole. They live vicariously through that fan interacting, Rosie interacting with Andy and all that. Time goes on, different things. Nowadays, it's Bad Bunny, Logan Paul Walterhauser getting his ass whooped. It's the world. Our business just continues to evolve, but the engagement is just going to keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper. I'll say this: if we don't, we're going to lose them. And I don't see us. The business is booming. Look at the numbers.
Well, here's what you said in 2014. Because of new media, new technology, and more tune-in or more in-tune fans than we've ever had, wrestling is poised for another boom like it experienced in the mid-'80s and late 1990s. By the way, Jeff Jarrett said that in April of 2014. I think he was right. What we're going to deliver is a multi-platform, innovative brand that will engage fans in ways they've never experienced. It will provide a fresh perspective inside the business that fans have been clamoring for. Was your goal to shoot wrestling differently? Just present the television angles and the way it's positioned? And I mean, did you imagine by this point, we're talking 2014, did you imagine we'd all be wearing Oculus Rift type headsets and watching wrestling, or did you have a vision for that?
And look, I've still got some of these. I hope some of my ideas come to fruition.
So we're not going to tattle too much. I get it here.
Yeah, but we're not. But as far as I will answer your question, I don't think you reinvent the wheel on the mechanics of shooting the industry. I mean, you look at, I think Fox Sports on any sport they do. I mean, NFL football for sure, college football, booming numbers, NASCAR, they shoot it different. There's over, 60 cameras they have at a track, 60, 30 in each, one in each car. So that's 30 there. And then another 30 around the track. Anyway, they shoot things differently, but at the end of the day, they're still shooting the race. So you still got to shoot the squared circle or what have you. I don't think the mechanics of that. Now look, you can tweak it and you can do a couple of different things like that. And you can make this guy's entrance look different than this guy's entrance. But for the most part, I don't think you reinvent the wheel mechanically how you shoot it. The stories, absolutely. I think the storytelling has to evolve. It's like Andy Griffith to Three's Company, to Happy Days, to Seinfeld, or Cheers, to Seinfeld, to Succession. There's a number of shows you can show to there. Television evolves. Wrestling's got to evolve as well.
You would continue in the press release. Videos of the Jarretts previewing the new promotion attached to the hashtag "It's Coming" have generated more than 1 million views. Meanwhile, Jeff and Karen have been searching the United States and the international ranks in search of undiscovered talent. The response has been overwhelming, with more than 400 performers from across the globe already in the evolving GFW talent database. Quote, "The reality is we want to build a brand in which fans are watching our wrestlers evolve from day one and are truly invested in the lives of our talent in and out of the ring." Hey, AEW just started a show like that on TV. Anyway, who was on board day one? Like, was there a talent who says, "Hey, Jeff, saddle up, I'm in"?
I got a lot of calls, but I wasn't ready for that. Here's something that as I was reading the research and you touched on at the top. Hey, Jeff, what were the lessons that you were going to kind of bring forward? I had this conversation last night that relates to this. Time takes time.
Yeah,
it just does. And look, we were a Wednesday night. We've gone through that story, but just the building a brand isn't easy. And you got to have financing and you got to have money. and Toby wasn't going to just start writing checks to build a brand. So the It's Coming hashtags, I wanted to make every little thing we did put as much gas and as much noise on it as we possibly could. That quote about wrestling, the boom's coming. Conrad, do you know where kind of I said it, but kind of where I got all that from is so I got it from Hollywood. I got it from whether it was, I mean, multiple people in the television industry said things like, it's time for another boom. You kind of look at the landscape. Reality television, I don't want to say it was dead, but it was stale. The Duck Dynasties of the world and different shows, and so Idol, just different shows. But wrestling is kind of that thing that's always gone kind of up and then back down and up and back down. But different coats of paint and everything. But there was buzz, if you will, on the wrestling industry. And here's kind of another footnote that you kind of, and I want to make sure I get it right, because it's either February or March, Conrad, a big thing happened in our industry that I said, how do I kind of add fuel to that fire? Because the television industry, at the end of the day, that's what me and Toby were going after. The whole goal of Global Force Wrestling was go get a TV deal, period. Now, I learned a lot along the way, and the climate and where UFC falls into this, and the politics at the highest level with ESPN and Fox Sports and Viacom and Turner and even AMC, and the political jousting and all that kind of stuff. But the business as a whole, red hot in the 90s, it was just WWE in town. TNA had that run on Viacom. End of the day, we were still on, we weren't on MTV or VH1. We were kind of on the third channel in the Viacom family. Grateful for them, but it wasn't the top of the top. So how do we kind of, how does Jeff and Karen and Sully and the kind of the small nucleus, Brandon Baxter, was, and he had a day job, full-time day job, 60 hours a week, being a program director and an AM drive time jock, small group. How do we continue to create noise and kind of, but the Hollywood feedback and everything? And I'm going to get to Dave Broom, but Conrad, is it March of 2014 when the WWE Network launched?
Yes.
Massive news in the entertainment industry. I'm going to shut up. Did you realize in that time, Conrad, hey man, Vince he's always hitting singles and doubles and sometimes triples. This bad boy is a boom. It's and I look, it's gravitated and all that. But in 2014, what were your thoughts on the network coming out?
That it was a mistake to include WrestleMania and SummerSlam and Royal Rumble.
Okay.
Thought it was a home run idea. I thought it made a lot of sense. Cut that pay-per-view provider out. I mean, the reality is when they're charging $30 for a pay-per-view, they're getting $20.
Yeah.
I saw
they're getting 15.
Right. Yeah. My apologies. Here's an opportunity to just keep it all, but I knew that would mean more bottom line expense, but I still felt like your hardcore fans, they're going to pay for that year round, but you're still going to get a guy who doesn't really identify as a hardcore fan. He's not watching Backlash or Money in the Bank or Survivor Series.
Yeah.
But he'll get his buddies together, much like people would who aren't necessarily diehard football fans, and watch the Super Bowl. I know lots of people who don't watch a single NFL game, but then they watch the Super Bowl. And I think WrestleMania is kind of the same way. Like, I don't watch all the preliminary boxing events, but if Floyd Mayweather's fighting or Manny Pacquiao, I'm probably going to buy it.
Yep.
And I think WrestleMania is kind of the same way. And I just thought, man, they're leaving money on the table because the hardcores are going to buy SummerSlam. They're going to buy WrestleMania. They're going to buy Royal Rumble. And I think, boy, this sounds ugly, but the reality is they never met their projections. Not one time. They always said, we'll have this many subscribers. They never got there. And I always thought when George and Michelle were out, it was because of the way that thing was handled, where maybe they were saying one thing and Vince didn't want to hear it and it went the other way and ta-da. But
interesting.
I think it was necessary and I get it, but I think there should have been maybe tiers to it.
Yeah, not to go all in on the big four. I hear you, but my point was kind of
he was taking control. He was not just doing. He was the leader in pay-per-view for a long time, and to carve off one of your biggest revenue sources and bet on yourself took a massive set of balls.
And here was I'm the outsider. Look what wrestling is generating monthly. That's how I looked at it. WWE, Raw and SmackDown, and now the network. That pie is big, and
their international at that point was bigger than ever.
And so
which is why you wanted to call it Global Force, right?
Okay, you were going right. All of that is that there's a real opportunity, because I mean, Kevin K. I don't know if I ever told you this. He called me. I think it was middle of 2014.
Tell everybody listening to this who Kevin K. is.
Kevin K., president of Spike TV.
Okay.
And he heard I left, and Spike was. When did TNA go off Spike? Because it was right kind of in that contract was lapsing, and so it was a very super casual. Hey man, what are you doing? Is Toby involved with you? Oh, he is. Okay. Well, listen, let's stay in touch. You got it, bud. How's your golf game? Great. How are the kids? Great. You spending more time on the East Coast or the West Coast? Oh, I'm more out West Coast right now. You know how I like this sunny weather. All right, pal. I'll chat at you later. But I say all that to say, I think the industry was poised for a new brand. I know they were in 2014. How were they going to figure out how he was going to come to fruition? Dave Broom, John Rich of Big and Rich, personal friend of mine, buddies. He was working with Dave Broom. Dave Broom's, he's got, I don't say claim to fame, but I mean, he's runs 25/7. That's the name of his production company. The Biggest Loser was one of his big shows. Several other shows. He partnered with The Rock on one way back when. Anyway, he's a production company. He reached out to me through John and said, hey man, why don't you come out and let's talk about this? And he said, I'm more interested in kind of creating shoulder programming. I don't know much about creating wrestling content. And I'm like, well, that's what I do. And he goes, well, great. Let's try to kind of figure out what it's going to look like. So that was like a kind of a casual, let's dive into this. And, Dave met Karen, and, again, everybody was looking for that next reality kind of hit. But I mean, to create different programming, I always had my eye on, I want to create a next wrestling show. But there was, it's always going to be in kind of a programmer's mindset. How do we create more shoulder programming that can fit a half hour here, a half hour there, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know where you were at with questions, but that's where'd you leave me at questions?
All right, we got to take a time out right now to tell you about a new product that I know Jeff is absolutely loving. And of course, I'm talking about looking sharp, but being really comfortable. And I know sometimes it feels like you can't have it both ways, but you can with Mack Weldon. Mack Weldon makes timeless apparel with modern performance fabrics for guys who want to look and feel sharp, but they don't want to sacrifice comfort. And if you know Double J, you know that's what he's looking for. Double J loves the way he looks and feels in his Mack Weldon. He's rocking it every chance he gets. Usually when you see him on Dynamite or Collision, you're seeing him wearing something from Mack Weldon. He has confidence that he looks his best, and because of the way the fabrics are made, he feels his best. He's told me that these are the most comfortable sweatpants he's ever felt. These are some of the most comfortable polos he's ever worn. And if you want to look good without calling attention to yourselves, well, Mack Weldon apparel is going to give you that understated good look for understated confidence that you really want. Mack Weldon's just not flashy. It's classic, always in style. And finally, really, truthfully, made with the world's most comfortable performance materials. That's the secret sauce of Mack Weldon. And that performance fabric usually means that the clothes look or feel techy or shiny, not with Mack Weldon. They're designed to fit your style and the demands of modern life, meaning they kind of look like regular clothes, but they do have all the latest in modern comfort. Mack Weldon is the go-to choice for guys who want to look great without even really trying. They've got things like breathable underwear that keep you cool and comfy all day. They've got crazy comfortable but elevated sweatpants that you wouldn't feel bad about wearing in public. They've also got the upgraded classic polo with antimicrobial silver threads, so you're going to stay feeling fresher longer. They've even got that for ultra soft t shirts. Yeah, antimicrobial tees. Mack Weldon has it all. Get yourself some timeless looks with modern comfort from Mack Weldon. Go right now to mackweldon.com and you'll get 20% off with your first order when you use our promo code MyWorld20. That's MackWeldon.com. And the promo code is MyWorld20, MackWeldon.com. And the promo code is MyWorld20. So listen, I said at the top of the show, well, there's some lessons you learned here from the first go around. Of course, we know when you started TNA, man, you and your dad went all in. You put all your personal money in. Eric Bischoff often says that the folks he knew who made the most money in television would hammer into him, you don't use your own money. Was that something you were trying to do here, is use the Jarrett family wealth, or were you hoping to involve some other players? And did it go beyond Toby Keith?
Wasn't involving any other players. And that's a good question, Conrad. And here is something that I understand Eric and anybody that, in the television industry. I wasn't getting into the television business solely. I was getting into the promotion business. And I can tell you without question that Richard Scrushy, Bob Carter, and Toby Keith, knowing that I invested my own money, completely changed their mindset on me.
Right.
It just did. That, okay, it's easy to spend my money. And, me and Toby had these conversations. And, look, when we launched TNA in Huntsville, Toby and Mark were buddies back in the day. Mark Miller, who did our music in the beginning. Anyway, they knew that I was gambling with my own money. And so I do think there's validity to Eric's mindset, but I also believe at the very, very end of the day, the very core value of it all is without risk, there's no reward.
Right.
And if you're not willing to risk your own money, why in the hell would another individual like a Toby, like a Bob Carter, like a Richard Scrusy say, oh, you want to spend my money, but not yours?
Right.
No, wait a minute here. So with this being said, I was using, we were using personal money, but I was going to be smart and strategic about that. I mean, as we get into later in Global Force with the AMP tapings in Vegas and the minor league baseball stadium tour and kind of that whole mindset, I didn't sit down and say, I'm going to just start writing checks on that. That was, I'd learned a lot of what I'd learned over the last 10, 15 years on that. But as far as startup minimal expenses, I felt I had to, B, I had those conversations with Toby and others in that if I'm going to get this thing lifted off the ground, I got to spend some money. It just isn't magically going to happen. But no, I wasn't going out looking for capital from anybody else. And it was an understanding with Toby that I didn't need to.
It's reported in the Torch that the plan was really a reality show where they follow you along behind the scenes as you're putting together the promotion, and you're doing it from scratch, hiring the wrestlers, creating characters, doing all of this before it became a wrestling show. Was that the general gist of the idea?
Dave Broom was very high on this idea in that in our conversations, man, it was a pretty summer day or spring day, yes, whatever it was. And I'm kind of giving him the background and getting to know each other. And he goes, that's the show. That's the show. And I go, I kind of hear you, but no, reality show gets one rating, but wrestling and I'm ready. I pull out sports entertainment gets a number, period. Yeah. But he's a TV producer. And so wanted to do TV things and it's going to get numbers. And I did like the idea of the story, but I told him Dave, I'm not really interested in doing a reality startup wrestling show if we don't get the pot of gold. He goes, well, we can get there. And I'm like, well, okay. That was where the kind of conversations going on.
Is it him and Sully who were pushing for the webisodes and trying to leverage YouTube?
Two separate things. Me and Sully was personal and just kind of, I'll say, diving off into the wrestling world. Dave Broom and his team, and he wanted to do sizzle reels and do it the Hollywood way. So it wasn't a real lockstep, thing going on. Again, you referenced in there, I never dreamed we'd get 1 million views off of
that clip.
Hype videos. Yeah. I mean, hype videos on hyping, naming the company. I mean, I think I told you 2 years ago when we were launching My World, hey, Conrad, let's do it off the heels of Mania. Mania week from the time the event used to be on Sunday, but now I guess on Saturday, but now I think it really starts on Friday on SmackDown. And, you look at now it's Ring of Honor pay-per-view, SmackDown, Hall of Fame, goes into night 1 and the night 2 and then Raw and then Dynamite, just everything. So I'll call it WrestleMania week. When you look at the Google analytics and online analytics out of 52 weeks a year, you wouldn't be amazed, but I think some of our listeners would be amazed that you would go, the traffic is that much bigger. And so that was sometime in March of 2014. I said, let's just name the company the day after Mania. And we did it after the New Orleans show.
It's documented that you have a working relationship with AAA, and we know that fast forward to June, and there's even going to be a commercial during the New Japan Dominion pay-per-view where it shows you and Karen announcing a promotional agreement between New Japan and Global Force. How were these deals coming together? You just had friends in the industry and
just straight. Yeah. No, so I did the Dorian deal because I had worked with him for 10 or 12 years. Scott D'Amore was instrumental in, navigating, or I'll say opening the door for New Japan. At this time, AJ had been there, Doc and Carl, but that relationship was going. But, as we got into it, the understanding was, let's create some buzz. And my whole vision as a startup was, hey guys, right now, Japan was probably at the top of making guys consistent paychecks, but they weren't competitive with WWE salaries. And Mexico certainly wasn't competitive. And I said, let's kind of create a scenario. And, it's subjective, maybe in the European countries and maybe in other countries, but AAA, the number 1 in Mexico, New Japan, the number 1 in Japan. Over in the UK, it's a little bit more subjective, but create an alliance, if you will, of just a talent exchange, because talent, at the end of the day, it drives the industry. And so if you have an AJ Styles working, we'll call it the independent route, but he's 20 weeks in Japan and maybe a few weeks here and a few weeks there, he's making a hell of a living and he's really dictating his career. Look at Cardona right now. That's what he's doing. I mean, that's exactly the mindset, and hats off to him. It's a hustle. It's a grind. But at the end of the day, there's no doubt in my mind, Cardona is building equity in Cardona.
Yes.
That goes a long way. It really does. It goes a long way. And so, again, trying to kind of put that scenario, knowing that at this point, I'm a long way from getting a TV deal. So let's kind of create brand equity and value and buzz. And I knew even in as 14 was kind of rolling to an end that, all right, there's a way to run shows that may not set the woods on fire, but it'll continue to create a little buzz. Again, the building blocks of building a brand, knowing what a challenge it was at TNA, even with a financial partner and doing a pay-per-view deal and all that went with it.
You did interviews at the time and you said something like, we put the word global in this new brand and we meant it. And the Torch would say that you had signed a European Union of promotions to be a part of the Upstart Wrestling promotion. With the help of former TNA and Ring of Honor star Doug Williams, GFW targeted independent promotions in the UK, Germany, and Ireland. Specifically, aligned promotions include Revolution Pro Wrestling, New Generation Wrestling, Premier British Wrestling, Westside Extreme Wrestling, and Emerald Wrestling Promotions. This all happens, of course, in addition to New Japan in Japan, AAA in Mexico. Was part of the thinking here just the economies of scale? There's a whole lot of folks who are working real hard to make a tiny dent. Maybe if we work together, we can make a bigger dent. And maybe I can give some of these folks an opportunity to, if I'm successful, land a television deal, because that would be a new platform to showcase their talent that maybe they wouldn't have had the relationships or inroads that you did. Is that sort of the big vision?
It's definitely part of it. The thing that kind of happened with the European is that Dorian, AAA, obviously, for a long time, and they've had some political situations through the years, they wanted to break into this market. So that relationship was, I don't say simple, but a no-brainer for both of us to put together. The New Japan thing came along at the right time and the right pieces of the puzzle. Then all of a sudden, when that came out, I started getting calls from European promotions, and I'm thinking, okay, there's a way to, do that. And to dovetail back into what you said, getting a TV deal, maybe there is a set of circumstances that it's not 52 weeks. Maybe it is a 13-week season, and you take 3 months off and have another 13-week season. The different programming model. And that's something that, when I started having those conversations with Dave Broom, and then later the following year, when me and Arthur Smith really put our brains together and came to an agreement, and we spent money and scissor reels and pitch meetings and callbacks and the Fox Holding deal and all that kind of stuff, it wasn't walking in the door saying, we want 52 weeks a year. We'll start with 1 hour, but we want 2 hours. It was, hey, let's do something different. Let's create a programming model that fits for not just for us in the wrestling world, but also in the television world. And so would it have been something that would have been very attractive to a New Japan to, be featured prominently, in a US deal, or a AAA in a US deal, something along those lines, that, okay, there is a real upside to partnering with Global Force.
You also reveal, and there's photos out there, I believe, and certainly you were talking about meeting with potential television partners in New York City. Is that just to get some buzz in the investment world, or did you think there was real opportunity there?
Having fun. Dave Broom, we didn't think he would really. Are you talking about the pictures with Dave? I think you are at this time frame. Yeah. It was just having fun, buzz. Dave knows everybody in the industry, and he's have fun with it.
You and I've taken photos like that before.
Exactly. It's just having fun.
Yeah. Listen, there's discussion, and I don't know where you are on this. This is from the Torch. The latest date Jarrett has tossed out for those working with him is to keep their calendar clear starting in January 2015. Now, remember, this was announced first week of April 2014. There's believed to be some sort of non-compete clause with Jarrett regarding Spike TV as part of his departure settlement with TNA. If it's only through the end of 2014, that would be a small gap of time Spike TV would be without pro wrestling in prime time. It might be a clean break in the sense of giving a fresh start feel to GFW. GFW, though, could also land on CMT or another cable network, especially with Toby Keith's reported involvement in collecting funding and being a face of the brand. If Spike felt more comfortable with Jarrett than Dixie Carter as a partner in their wrestling company, that could be enough to get Spike to switch to GFW. There's confidence within Spike that the 1.1 to 1.4 million weekly audience could be regained with another wrestling brand. Ironically, it's TNA stripping its roster of most of its big name talent, with Jeff Hardy switching to Willow, Kurt Angle missing substantial time, and the departures of most of the other former WWE single stars. and still drawing solid viewership above 1 million has done nothing but add to that feeling. If the non-compete runs longer than just the end of this year, GFW is probably a non-factor in the situation. So let's talk about that. Did you think, since you talked to Kevin K, there might be an opportunity when this deal is up? Did you have a non-compete to talk to Spike? And I bring all of this up because, as a reminder to everyone listening, even though Jeff resigned his position, which means a salaried position, it doesn't mean Jeff just forfeited his shares. He's still an owner of TNA. Talk to me about the non-compete that's rumored or speculated about. Was that real?
No, total speculation. All that. The reality was Toby. I mean, this is you had to we had to do our best. We were just very careful. That's why 2014, I don't want to say regret. I never really thought we would get that kind of buzz. I'm going to say that. I didn't think we create that kind of expectation because 2014 wasn't meant to. I never in my wildest dreams says, "Hey man, I'm leaving TNA into 2013. By mid 2014, we'll be up and running." That what was it anywhere in the cards? But there was a lot of buzz and chatter, and then the New Japan and the AAA created a few more expectations, but there was never any non-compete. And Kevin K and myself had a catch-up conversation, I think really just kicking the tires. But at the end of the day, if we were going to get in the Viacom family, I truly believe it was going to be on CMT due to Toby and due to kind of their programming model. They had kind of, all right, they're going to go all, a network gets these mindsets. We're going to go all male. We're going to go all female. We're going to go male and female. We're going to, Spike for men and this and that. Also think I had the mindset is wrestling on Spike. They're not going to go from one brand to the next. I just didn't think they were. I think if anything, there was going to be at least a real pause. And I had heard through an agent who called me and said, "Do you know who would be sniffing around Spike trying to get TNA's time slot?" And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Supposedly there's a group, Conrad," and I to this day don't even know who they're talking about. But supposedly some former wrestling executives were trying to get, quote unquote, the TNA time slot. And I said, I have no idea you're talking about, and I'm in the industry, and to my knowledge, but that doesn't mean nothing. I don't know who it could be, but no, there was no non-compete, Conrad.
Talk to me about the NWA. When you first started TNA, you leaned on the NWA and called it NWA TNA. You like the legacy, you like the heritage, and most people remember that the NWA was a governing body that represented a collection of these different promotions. And we just rattled off a whole host of promotions you were hoping to work with. At the time, the NWA was owned by different folks than it is now. It felt like it was attainable. Did that even cross your mind in this era? Or was it fool me once, fool me twice sort of thing?
Yeah. I mean, the NWA model wasn't even, it was, no, I didn't have any wishes or thoughts. And are you talking about actually working with the NWA or just kind of the alliance of the mindset?
Buying it. Because the NWA was bought and sold a few times.
No.
It wasn't a substantial amount.
Zero answers. I mean, as far as the branding, I want to do everything new. And Toby did too.
I got you.
Brand new. I mean, that's where he had actually said, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, because he wasn't even sure, due to the TNA Impact Wrestling misbrand, he wasn't even sure, do we move forward with that? Do we rebrand the company with, not call it Toby Keith Wrestling, but does he put money behind a complete rebrand? All that was going to be up in the air.
You also announced that Hermie Sadler is on your board of directors. Is that simply because he's got the celebrity name and some influence in that circle? Did you think it could lead to a NASCAR crossover, or what's the thinking? And I mean, I know Herbie's your longtime friend. I'm just wondering, was he interested in being in the wrestling business, or you just knew my man's a businessman? He can help me make business decisions.
Bingo. That, and the news of a Sadler being a part of it.
More
NASCAR,
buzz.
yeah, and NASCAR's big boy business in so many ways, and Hermie knows everybody in that industry: drivers, team owners, track owners, brands, you name it. And one of my best friends for a long, long time, but his business acumen at the very top.
Listen, I want to put a button on this one. I realize we've gone 2 hours, but I've had so much fun talking about it. I want to keep talking about GFW, but we will pause for now. But before we do, you always say, no, you can ask me anything. I'm an open book. Well, we got a question that I probably should wait and ask on part 2 if we ever do another. I know we're going to do a pickup from here. The name of this episode, of course, is just Starting Global Force. We'll come back and
Conrad, do you know what we haven't even covered? The Grand Slam Tour, the Minor League Tour,
right?
AMP tapings.
Yep.
New Japan, Bullet Club, JR fight. That was really Global Force's first branded event that we took the Wrestle Kingdom 9, which you watched, and produced it. I'll call it through the Global Force tentacles. JR, there's so much we hadn't even got into.
We'll get into that, but there's one question.
Okay. Oh, okay. We're going after. Okay, here we go.
I shouldn't ask this,
but you're going to.
You can tell me I can't answer that, and it's fine because you might not be able to.
Oh boy!
But Instagram, a wrestling historian, writes, internet reports say the master tapes of GFW footage was deleted. Can you confirm or debunk? Thanks in advance. Should we wait and answer that on part 2, or you ever be able to give the answer to that?
That's a part 2.
That sounded like a part 2. We might need to talk to some lawyers before we answer. By the way, folks, we got a lot more meat on the bone here. We will talk about the Bullet Club. We will talk about Scott D'Amore. We will talk about Dixie Carter. We will talk about the Tokyo Dome show and eventually TNA again. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer, the greatest of all time, your friend and mine, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Jeff, how are you, man?
Hot. It's hot in here. No, Conrad Thompson, how we doing, pal? Man. Happy, I guess I can say this. Happy Sunday. It is a beautiful day. Hopefully the internet and Wi-Fi is just clear as a bell. Hot off the dock, my man. Bringing in them big, just slaying the fish today out there with my man Codes. I don't know if you've checked it out, Conrad, or not. But
I saw those whales y'all were pulling in. I'm excited. You and I usually record. I think everybody knows now. We've been in a Monday routine from almost the very beginning.
Yep.
And we've deviated a few times and said, hey, we'll endeavor for Friday. I couldn't do this Friday, and Monday's a challenge for you. So we're recording on a Sunday, which might be the second time ever for us, but I'm excited to do it. Normally we're a morning outfit. We're getting it on in the evening. That didn't sound like I meant for it to. Either way, though, you're going to be getting it on in the evening this Sunday night. Be sure to tune in to AEW Dynamite this Wednesday. And of course, Rampage on Friday. We're in the go home because, Jeff, you're headed to Las Vegas. And as I have heard, the rumor and innuendo is that you're going to come back 10 pounds heavier. And I said that to stupid ass Tony Schiavone earlier today. And he paused as if you were going to wreck a couple of Las Vegas buffets. He didn't know what I meant. And I had to remind him, I'm not talking about me or Dave Silva coming back 10 pounds heavier, which would definitely mean we put a hurting for certain on some restaurant out there.
There you
go.
go.
You, my friend, you're coming back the AEW Tag Team Champion. You and Jay Lethal, the greatest tag team that's ever been assembled, put together by a wrestling genius. Going to take those straps off FTR, and your close personal friend Mark Briscoe going to be the guy to count the 3, count the pinfall. It's on pay-per-view. Tickets are on sale now. If you're within driving distance, let me just tell you, this is the sleeper AEW show. Jeff, I don't know why, but I've seen some people saying that, this one, that, or this one, this. I think this is poised to be the biggest surprise of a Double or Nothing we've ever had. And I think a lot of people are going to be surprised on Monday morning when old Double J wakes up 10 pounds heavier. Are you pumped?
Conrad, all kidding aside, we like to have a lot of fun around here on My World, but no, pumped would be an understatement. You know, you kind of glanced over, it seems like, last Wednesday night. I don't believe in my 37-year career I've ever been a part of a dueling guitar shot.
My goodness. You know, I'm glad you brought that up because I have an issue. As you're looking on YouTube here, I want you to take a look in the top right-hand corner.
Oh,
now I hope I'm not stepping out of bounds or overreaching, but I consider myself at this point a family friend.
Oh, God.
Would that be fair to say, Jeff? Would you consider me a family friend?
Oh, I had this feeling at about Central Time. I had this feeling at about 8:15. A little inside baseball, 8:15, 8:20, 8:30, because we were on in the first hour.
Right.
And by the time I usually get back from my segment, the social media cameras are there, or just kind of post-match, post-segment, whatever kind of the duties of the day are. But when you kind of head toward your locker room and then you kind of go back to your setting, and I get me plenty of electrolytes, and you pick up that phone, more times than not, I would have to say my podcast partner will have some type of message for me. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say.
Okay. So with that being said, the Queen in all her glory, the dueling guitar shots, the reaction, Brother Jay Lethal got stripped down to his skivvies. I can't tell you what Cody thought about Jay's underwear, but I'll just say it was a highly entertaining segment. We took those boys to the woodshed again, like we always say.
Yes.
And it occurred to me, Conrad, oh, look at the Queen. If you're seeing the video version of this, that girl can throw us a mean forearm. I'll just say that. Right?
Old Cash Wheeler, man, he found out a thing or two about a thing or two.
But Conrad, that is when it dawned on me. I'm like, welp, it's a surprise to somebody I know as well. Not just the people in the arena in Austin, not just the people that were tuned in on TBS, not just the people that were tuned in on ITV or ESPN in Australia, or Eurosport in India, or all of our other broadcast partners. But there was quite the surprise at 11 p.m. Huntsville time, 10:30.
Yeah. So my, as you may know, I had to head out of town and do a road trip with a fellow kind of unexpectedly last minute on Thursday. So whenever that has to happen, I try to do what I can, spend a little time with the wife, focus on, couple stuff, wife stuff.
Balance.
So that usually with my wife does not involve us watching wrestling.
Yeah, I can.
So we were doing other stuff. And so then she's got to go to bed because, she gets up at 4 a.m. and goes with her personal trainer and does all her routine and all that. And I still sleep for a while. So I got time. So once she goes to bed, I'm like, man, let me just see what's going on in AEW. And, I do what I always do. I look for my friends. I'm watching for the stuff I want. But now normally my friends, if something big's going to happen, they say, hey, man, might want to watch Seg 4. I'm not saying I get spoilers, but I at least get a heads up. I'm in Seg 4 and it's worth watching. It's different. It's not the same old, same old. And imagine my surprise.
I think you'll like it sometime, the terminologies that has been used.
Yes. And in she slides, as well she deserves. I'm so excited that Karen was there. I can't wait to see her just slap the piss out of somebody on Sunday. And I hope she's bringing an extra Louis duffel because you're coming back with 10 pounds of gold. So AEW TIX is where you can pick up your tickets. Of course, you can be like me and order on pay-per-view as well. I am going to be watching on the Bleacher Report app. I've got that on my Apple TV, so that'll be my jam and the way I watch. But let me say this. This is a sleeper pay-per-view. I'm not saying I know anything. I'm just saying AEW always delivers on pay-per-view. Check their paperwork. Check the record. You don't want to miss this one. AEWTIX.com. By the way, We've buried the lead. Not only are you winning the world titles this weekend, by the way, who had that on their bingo card? Jeff Jarrett challenging for winning a title on pay-per-view. Not only did that happen, but the AEW upfronts were this past week. And if you're familiar with the television industry at all, you know the upfronts are a pretty doggone big deal. And of all the wrestlers that they could feature and they could focus on at the AEW upfronts, I know what you're thinking. Well, they probably focused on Kenny Omega. They probably focused on the Young Bucks. I know for sure they had John Moxley front and center. Well, there's no doubt the world champion MJF was there. Should we even go down the CM Punk road? You could go on and on with all the great, fine talent under contract at AEW. But when it came time for those images of the upfronts to go viral, they knew. They knew. There's only one person you should feature. It's Double J. Jeff, JARRETT. AEW Collision is coming your way, and you were featured prominently. Jeff, does this mean you're going to dominate the Wednesday show, the Friday show, the Saturday show, owning a baseball team, winning the premium live events, running the house rules? How are you going to do all this, Jeff? Like,
Conrad,
have you found a way to clone yourself? What's the plan?
Well, there's been a lot of things that have happened since we launched My World that were not on either one of ours bingo card.
No.
So never say never in this industry. Absolutely never say never. No. Hey, man, all kidding aside, Conrad, Collision. How big? How
huge.
And I'm glad, on today's topic we're going to get into, because at the end of the day, Global Force Wrestling, this is part 2 of it. There may even be a part 3 or maybe even 4. Doing the research and breaking it down, we'll see where you guide me today. But there's a lot of meat on the bone. But it's all about the television industry. That's the driver. Just at the end of the day. And in under 5 years, 5 hours of primetime television. It just goes without saying, the brand is hot. And look, maybe it's not for everybody. And maybe the WWE is not for everybody. And, the controversy, and our pal, controversy creates cash, just all the ins and outs. But at the end of the day, it is this plain and simple. Warner Brothers Discovery looked at their menu. They've got hockey. They've got basketball. They've got, all kinds of different programming. And they wanted 2 more hours of primetime wrestling. That just says a lot to me, not only for AEW, but for the industry as a whole. Pretty damn exciting, Conrad. It is and I know as a wrestling fan, we're like, oh, great. And then some folks are saying, oh, there's too much wrestling, or this or that, or the numbers and the ratings and all that kind of stuff. Look, folks, the people running the industry are making these calls. I just think it's an exciting time. And I can tell you a common thread that I even from time to time had thoughts when I would watch AEW prior to 6 months ago was, my God, they've got probably 15 main eventers or, whatever. Right. Not enough slots for a 2-hour show, or too much talent, or the balance, or this and that. We just doubled our prime time. It's big. It's really big. I'm excited. I'm excited for everyone involved with AEW, because, and on the one hand, careful what you wish for, because there really is a doubling down of so many things. But on the upside, and my delusional optimism, wow, what opportunities we have in front of us. So, yeah, the short answer, Conrad, yep, I think I'm going to dominate Wednesdays and Saturdays. But that's just mine and your opinion.
Well, it's not our opinion. Those are facts. And, listen, check his paperwork. Jeff Jarrett's been a top guy everywhere he's gone. AEW's no exception. He's dominated Dynamite. He's crushed Rampage. He holds Dark and Elevation in the palm of his hand. And he's going to dominate Collision. Like, everybody noticed when that Collision logo came out, boy, that's reminiscent of Nitro. Well, listen, those Bob Vila glasses are right around the corner, slap nuts. Second verse, same as the first. Here we go. Now, listen, I had a big heated debate with Eric Bischoff. It's one of our more uncomfortable conversations.
Oh, wow.
We were hooting and hollering about Collision.
Tell me about it.
Well, here's the thing. I think, and I understand that Eric has become a polarizing figure. Well, he's probably always been one, but he's my friend, and I value his opinion, and I value it for this reason. He is uniquely qualified, and I mean as like the only guy who has been in this spot
working at a high level with Turner like this to put live television on that show successfully and profitably. He's also been the guy who saw how to do it wrong. And he can talk about the things he did right and the things he did poorly. And I appreciate that perspective, even if I disagree with it at times. And so he and I had a big debate about the show. But one of the knocks on our pal Tony Khan for a long time was, oh, he's hiring all these wrestlers. Listen, you just didn't know the plan. The plan has now revealed itself. He has essentially 3 rosters. And some people will hear that and argue that. But we talk about AEW or WWE as having a brand split with a Raw team and a SmackDown team because they have 2 big old important live shows. Well, now so does AEW. Now, I'm not saying that there's going to be a brand split, but I am saying you have twice as much time, which means you need twice as many wrestlers. And oh, by the way, he's also got Ring of Honor. So it all makes sense now. And I don't know all the details. I do know that Tony was willing to bet on himself. It looks like that has paid off in spades. I'm really excited about what's to come. Don't even get me started on Wembley. I think it's an exciting thing, not just for AEW, but for all of wrestling. And you said it best, that there is an appetite and an interest. Like 4 years ago, let's talk about 4 years ago before the AEW television deal was announced. I mean, everybody in wrestling. We're going to talk about it today with our topic in Global Force. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, this would have been a dream come true to have just one show on Turner. Mm-hmm. Now the idea that there's 3 shows on Turner, those are opportunities that, you know, companies like a GCW or an MLW or an Impact or a Global Force or whoever would have been, a New Japan would have been thrilled to have. And Tony has done it in short order. You got to give the man his props. I am really excited to see you dominate. And I'm hoping that, somebody limps away there with the world champion, a new world title, and you manage a way to just yank it from him on June 17th. Because I think if you really, well, listen, we put the poster out. We didn't do it, but the company AEW put together the poster of Jeff Jarrett at Wembley. And just based on that alone, over 60-something thousand tickets were sold. And I'm just thinking to myself, if they want a ratings bonanza, if they just announce you versus whoever has the title on June 17th at Collision, man, you probably do what, like a 10, 11 rating night one?
Stirring it up, my man. My man can stir it up like no. It is great. I would love to. I'm going to have to go listen to you and Eric getting fired up.
It's uncomfortable.
Is it really?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels as if he's just soured completely on AEW. And I'm not like an AEW apologist. I'm just saying, hey man, it's good for the industry. Like,
yes.
Like, I don't know all the financial details. Those haven't been disclosed. And it's none of my business. It's not my money. I don't care. But I'm just saying, I feel like there was all that rumor and innuendo. And so when some of that stuff was confirmed or some not, and then there's all this other rumor stuff, and he's like, well, they shouldn't have done this. And they shouldn't. It's like, wait a minute now. I'm not there. You're not there. Here's what I know. There's 2 more hours of primetime wrestling on television. That's a big deal.
That's a big.
And no matter what you think of, well, television is here and broadcast is there or whatever it is, it's still a top 5 cable network.
Oh,
it's a top 5 cable network. Are you kidding?
Well, yes. And not just that. When you kind of look now at the consolidation, there's Comcast, Peacock, there's the different groups, the ABC, ESPN, yes. The Warner Brothers Discovery, that group. There's Viacom, Paramount, all the different groups. They're in the top 3 of media companies. And when you kind of look around the entire globe, that's where it gets really, really, really interesting. And look, with the writer strike going on, I believe NASCAR renewal is up. NBA, I'm going to get this wrong, but the NASCAR, NBA, WWE, there's lots of sports rights and WWE, if you sports entertainment, but the industry just continues to evolve because look, if you're no stranger to this podcast, there's a lot more than just cable television. There's broadcast and cable and digital and streaming, and then all the content created out of that. And then you have your global play, your international play. 2 more hours in prime time. I can't say it's game changing, but man, it's knocking on its door. It's big. They made a statement. When I say they, pronouns, pal, Warner Brothers Discovery, to me, made a statement doubling down on wrestling. I think it's great. If you love the squared circle, what a time it is to be in this industry. The other thing that I was going to touch on when I was looking at the notes, and then you just hit it just a second ago before we roll tape. Memorial Day weekend and Labor Day weekend from the old guard were 2 weekends you never ran, ever. Right. You just didn't. It was the beginning or the end of summer. Kids are getting out. I know that's sort of yesterday's news, but there's just so much going on. This weekend, a Saudi event, and I hear there's a pretty good cash number attached to that event. I'm sure you
think. Here's what's funny too. That I think people just lose sight of that, and we sort of gloss over it.
Oh, I don't ever.
And I don't know that number is out there. But I mean, listen, I don't think it's unrealistic to say that there have been reports that it's $50 million for a weekend.
Oh, you mean another WrestleMania?
Thank you. That's my point. Like,
yes,
you've got all the pomp and circumstance behind a WrestleMania. And it's like, well, we're going to do a couple. Not only are we going to do one night of WrestleMania, we're going to do 2. And then we're going to do a couple abroad, and we don't really have to promote it. We're just getting it to show up and blow up some pyro and have some fun matches. Goodness gracious. And I understand there's political and blah, blah, blah. I understand all that. But I'm just saying, when you look at the appetite for pro wrestling globally and domestically now, because to your point, Turner's just doubled down. Now we got 5 hours of AEW wrestling. And now there's, of course, 5 hours of WWE wrestling. So there's 10 hours between the big 2 of new original content every single week on television, 2 of those being on broadcast, the rest being on cable.
12. I count NXT.
It's sure.
Just, 12 hours in prime time.
Yeah. It's a lot, man.
Yes.
All right. Well, here we go. Let's talk about Global Force Wrestling. Let's jump into it.
Just because 2 different things. And look, people were like, hey, Lucky Horseshoes, our man. And I was going to jump in and say, look, Eric's not all full of piss and vinegar, but he is going to be Wednesday night. I've got a little thing called AEW Dynamite, but Wednesday night, May 31st, Mr. Bishop.
Oh, next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. My shirt that I have on, the Shoe World Order.
I love
it. An ode to Mr. Bischoff and the NWO. But Eric, you better get your meet and greet. Go to shoesbaseball.com. Shoesbaseball.com. He's going to be there for opening night. The town is. Everybody in town in Springfield, Illinois is pumped. Eric's going to be there. There's just something about, I got to say, man, last year when Kevin Nash was in the house and the NWO, the game was a rain out, Conrad. And every one of Kevin's meet and greets that were pre-sold, not 50%, not 60%, but 100% of the people that bought the meet and greets, and I won't give the number because it was a big number. You start doing the math. Every one of them showed up. So I'll just say this. The city of Springfield cannot wait to get them some Eric Bischoff. So shoesbaseball.com. This Saturday's Cubs, Cardinals, Legends Classic 2. Anyway, very, very fired up about that. And then the other housekeeping note I wanted to say is WrestleQuest, Conrad, our video game. They put out a statement this past week, and it is pushed. They're going to be announcing the date before the end of the month. But it is a great delay. And the reason I won't get too deep in the woods, but when you get clearance in another region or territory or country with a different language, it is a enormous domino effect, because then you have to go back in and put this language, Conrad, and not just the text length, everything. You got to put all kinds of things in. So that being said, WrestleQuest, another delay. There's some folks, I'll say internally, that are a little bit frustrated because we really had our sights set on, it was supposed to be the second week, but WrestleQuest and the Podfather who's in it will be coming later this summer. pretty excited about. I'm very excited about that. So that's the house cleaning. Conrad, take us away, pal.
I'm excited to talk about Global Force. We're going to pick up where we left off. We talked a little bit about in the archives the formation of Global Force, what the plans were, and a whole lot more. We did that last month, and we left off talking about Hermie Sadler and how important he was to the project. But I'm curious, we know that things are fractured, to say the least, with you and Dixie. What was your relationship at that point with Dixie? Were you on any sort of speaking terms? Are you mortal enemies? Are you guys suing each other? Do you still have business together? Like, talk to me.
Yeah, so we're still, as far as the timeline, I resigned Christmas week of 2013. 2014, just to kind of bring everybody up to speed, we just announced, launched the website the day after WrestleMania in 2014. Me and a guy named Dave Broom, creator of The Biggest Loser and a bunch of other reality shows, we partnered up on a small level. He immediately wanted to do kind of a Jeff and Karen reality show and all that. But as far as me and Dixie's relationship, it truly was not good, not bad. It was non-existent. I resigned. I heard things in the office, the chatter and what's he doing and why did he do that? But there was never any zero conversation, none. I think I said last episode, their attorneys were appreciative. We're very appreciative of how my attorneys handled it. It was a very clean resignation, everything by the book. I made sure and took a lot of counsel on that because I said it. I said it on an interview or a couple of interviews. And to this day, very appreciative for the TNA years. I just knew, and boy, as things rolled out, but I absolutely knew that my time, as 2013 came to an end, when me and Toby's attempt to buy back, acquire controlling interest, when that fell through, I knew it was my time to move on.
So let's talk about your dad, another major player. I know we touched on this before, but let's just sort of refresh everybody. What is the nature of your relationship with your dad here? Are you discussing anything with Global Force? Does he have any stake or interest at all?
He was surprised that I resigned. The only people that knew I was resigning were my attorney, Toby, and Karen, and my kids. Later as years went, because I still stay in contact from time to time with a lot of people, but Andy Barton, we still talk often. Creed Williams the following year, and we'll get into that, the TNA Hall of Fame situation. He was very appreciative. It was not sticky. It was not muddy. It was no issues. And my father, when I let him know, he was surprised, but he really thought, I guess like a lot of people, he was one of the first, oh man, what happened? What was the blow? There was one big issue. And I'm like, there really wasn't any one thing other than I spent 11 of 12 months trying to acquire the thing because I just don't have confidence moving forward. I see the writing on the wall. I know the numbers. I thought I knew the numbers good. Now I know them great. I just don't have any optimism to where things are headed. And all I can really do, this is what I thought in 2014, is probably just continue to butt heads with Dixie and the Carters. And I didn't think that was going to be productive at all either.
Let's talk about TNA talent, because I'm sure we've documented it many times before. There was always discussion in the newsletters that there was a camp, like you're a Dixie guy or you're a Jeff guy. And then later it would be you're a Russo guy or you're a Jeff guy. And so there were different camps where there was some political gamesmanship on who was with who. And so we knew Dutch was a Jeff guy and that sort of thing. I'm curious when the announcement is out and people know you're leaving. Me just knowing a little bit now about how the wrestling business goes, buddy, your phone was lighting up like a Christmas tree, I'm sure. What are you doing? Where are you going? Talk to me about that.
It blew up. It really blew up. From, if you're thinking of somebody that either worked at TNA or was working at TNA, look, I'm sure I'm going to leave. You know, I would say more people, there was much more than 50% of the people reached out. And a lot of people thought I already had like a complete blueprint of what I was doing. Like,
Yes.
you know, just, hey, what are you doing? Hey man, I'm available. My contract's up here. If I'm not available right now, I'm missing. I'm like, whoa. I tried to let everybody know and I got coached on this from my attorneys, but it was also a very diplomatic. Look, there's nothing to discuss right now, so we can talk about anything. I'm because I don't have anything right now. I know that I'm going to do something. I know that I'm going to launch a company, and it depends on when you're asking, but there was no deal in place or any of that. Yes, Conrad, everybody. It was pretty amusing, and even folks WWE, anybody. I had a lot of people inquire. I think it. Now I underestimated the. I don't say interest, but it was like, what? Don't you own that? You know, some people start, I mean, because they just didn't know. Don't you have majority? You know, and I'm like, no. I hadn't had majority in years and that kind of stuff. It was very, very confusing. Very confusing.
Since you mentioned it, tell everybody again, what percentage did you have still? Because even though you're leaving, you still retain ownership and impact.
14.
Okay. And 14%, I'm not asking for dollar figures. What sort of influence does that? Because some of our listeners wouldn't know. If you own 14% of a business, what do you get to dictate?
Nothing.
Okay. So on some level, 14, I'm not saying that to be funny, but I'm saying a lot of our listeners are like, well, he's an owner. Well, there can be lots of owners of a business, but if you don't own 51% of it, if you don't own the majority of it, if you don't have the lion's share of it, it just means there's another way for you to get paid. It doesn't necessarily mean you have any influence, right?
And I'll just kind of play the rebuttals I would get. Conrad, you be me. But you started the thing.
Well, that's true, but as you recall, we needed an investor and they came in, and when they put all that money in, I got diluted. So
Well,
yes, go ahead.
Don't you have any say so?
Well, no, but I do get paid twice, so that's good. I get paid for being a performer, and if I help behind the scenes, I get paid for
Why
that.
did you leave, Jeff?
Well, because I wasn't happy.
I'm having fun.
I mean, that's why everybody leaves, right? I mean, that's when it comes down to it. Listen, I know that people oversimplify this. And a lot of times people talk about, well, I want control. And people talk about, I wanted a better schedule. And people talk about, I wanted more money. Let's just sum it up in a sentence. People leave because they're not happy.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, like if you're happy and you're like, man, I'm thrilled. Well, that guy's not leaving. Right?
That's right. Well said.
Now listen, it's important just the context here, because there's a lot of questions at the time about what does this mean for Ring of Honor? Because Ring of Honor had at different times had sort of a hokey pokey relationship with TNA. We're in business, we'll do stuff together. No, we won't. Okay, now we're back together. Nope, now we're at odds. And so I'm sure when a lot of people think, well, Jeff is out, well, maybe he's going to go over here. Because the Ring of Honor management at times, it changed. Well, did you ever have any serious conversation whatsoever with Ring of Honor?
Okay, so you'd have to Google machine, but I believe in early 2014, Cornette was in charge. I'm just trying to think of the timeline because look, I didn't have anything to offer Ring of Honor, except my own services, and I don't think they were interested in Jeff, and I don't think I was interested in them, just because of if I wanted to wrestle, maybe I could have stayed at TNA, or that I wanted to look at creating a new venture. That was kind of my mindset. But as far as Ring of Honor, I'd had a couple of conversations, but not really about Ring of Honor, just with Cornette. But
Cornette was not running it. I mean, Cornette left in 12.
He left in 12.
Yeah, he was not there. By
So
13, he was completely out.
Okay, so was it Koff? Because I mean, I've had, I don't say on again, off again, but a very, very distant social relationship with Koff. But look, I don't think there was interest on any side in anything during this time. That's why I didn't even know who was running it. That's why, well, hell, you can tell I'm confused exactly who was running it, but there was no interest either way.
Well, you didn't think that model would work. You wanted to own your own thing. I mean, the reality is you were, I'm trying to speak Jeff here. I don't want to work for somebody else. And if I went to work for Ring of Honor, I'd be an employee. And if I was happy with that, I'd have stayed at Impact. I wanted to do my own thing and cart my own.
So yes, that is true. And then an addendum to that, I'm not even saying partial to, I think, yeah, that's true. But I think also that is that, let me make sure this sounds, the comes out the right way. The Spike relationship, now we're talking early 2014. In 2009, 2010, 2007, 8, 9, 10 was really good. I thought there was an opportunity in cable television to create a new brand. At this time, Ring of Honor had been around 12, 13 years. What were they on at this time? HD Net. I just didn't see, diplomatically, in these days, in the days we're talking about Ring of Honor, just like I think, and I say this, ECW still gets chances today, but they were going for a niche audience, the hardcore stuff. Ring of Honor was going for a pure wrestling audience. I didn't think that would create mass appeal. My business mind was go for a more mass appeal.
I understand. We talked about everybody who's potentially been interested in reaching out. Was there anybody who reached out about, hey, Jeff, if you got something going, I'd be interested in hearing about it? Is there a name that we might be shocked to hear that expressed interest?
I don't think it's my best interest. I looked at that in the notes and thought, there'd be some people that I could, and not spill the beans on that, but yes, look, the grass is always greener on the other side.
Okay, so there were WWE people, and you don't want to say. I understand.
Yes,
I got it. Okay,
and there were TNA people that the words that were said, "Hey Jeff, I know you know my deal. You were I'm like, whoa, we're not even going down that road."
Right. Well, let me say this, Jeff. I don't think, as a fan who thinks I understand a little bit about business, I wouldn't take it as a negative if I worked for WWE or I was in management with WWE and I found out that 10 years ago somebody was at least interested in what you were doing. Like, that just means they respected you more so than they weren't happy where they were. Like, to me, it's just always like, hey, I like the way that guy does that. I wonder what he's up to. That to me doesn't mean necessarily that, because you would have had to get far down the lane of here's what we got creatively for you, and here's the offer.
And many times, I can't say many times, but and heck, any talent would do this, including myself. Can I have something to use leverage?
Oh, dude, that's where I was getting to. Like, you took the words out of my mouth. Like, well, I'll tell you off air, but I'm running that play right now. I'm running that play right now. It's reported in late May that Simon Inoki reached out to you regarding GFW, booking Americans. What was your first conversation with New Japan? Do you recall?
Oh gosh, my first one, I'm not sure, but Simon was, and again, his relationship with with New Japan obviously has evolved over the years, and this is where my timelines, I have to really look at it, because in a lot of things, the timelines ran together, just because there were stutter starts in so many ways. But he reached out, and let me back up a little bit. Scott DeMoore came on board in Q2 of 2014, I want to say, maybe Q3, but during this time. So Scott was a big part of the Japanese relationship that we're going to get to. But Simon had reached out again. New Japan in 2012, 13, 14. I'm just trying to think of the roster over there. I think Finn Balor, Fergal Devitt. I'm just trying to think as they were rolling along, Doc and Carl. I'm trying to think when the Bullet Club was actually launched. But just 212, 213, 214, their business was good. I know there's going to be some hardcore Uncle Dave readers that's going to say, well, no, it didn't really start technically getting good here. But anyway, he reached out, inquired about what I was doing.
May of 2013 is when the Bullet Club started.
Okay. See, so things were rolling before that. I mean, but just so the timing of all of it, and Simon was, I always gotten along really well with him. He was just, and for those folks that don't know, this is Antonio Inoki, the founder of New Japan Pro Wrestling, his son-in-law. And he just wanted to inquire on, hey, what's going on? Is there a way maybe to do something? And I'm telling them at the time, folks, I'm a ways from doing anything, but I am interested in working relationships. And then they would start to pick my brain about the U.S. market, and I'm just like, I think the U.S. market, just because WWE so successful, and this is right in the era when they're launching their network, and there was a lot of chatter. Just the business, like it's been led for so many years, the WWE awareness not just in the public and the wrestling fans, but in the television industry, they look at the numbers, and this is, now we're 15 years past the Attitude Era. And so again, the golden age of cable television is long over, but yet Raw still pulling in these big numbers. And again, the ratings game, everybody wants a winner. And when you drill down on professional wrestling, and I'm sure Warner Brothers has done this over and over and over, 52 weeks a year of original programming that gets numbers, that is relatively inexpensive to produce, it's a winner, period.
Yeah. So listen, let's talk about Spike here, because I think we all know, with the benefit of hindsight, the relationship with Spike and TNA seemed to be eroding by the day. And it's reported in the Observer that your deal to exit TNA included a clause that stated you couldn't go on TV with Spike. Is that true?
Zero. I mean, that is totally false.
Okay.
And
Wait, are you saying something in the Observer was not true?
Well, I hate to say it, Uncle Dave, you got this one wrong, and that is total fabrication.
All right, well, let's just figure out where it came from. I'm not saying that to be funny.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But here's what I know, and because I want to be clear, I think sometimes we come on these podcasts, and you or Eric or Bruce or someone will say a variation on what you just did, total fabrication, and that implies that Dave Meltzer is lying. I'm looking right at the camera right now.
Oh boy.
Dave Meltzer is not lying. He wrote what he believed to be the truth.
Yes.
Now, here's what happened. Someone lied to him. Like, I don't believe for a second that Dave Meltzer goes out of his way to lie.
Okay. Okay.
I know that, but I'm saying a lot of people, our podcasts become polarizing because people think, oh, they're saying Dave's lying. No. Someone lied to Dave, so I want me and you to let's reverse down the rabbit hole.
For sure.
Let's figure out where it came from. Dave didn't just say, well, here's what they wrote. No, somebody told him that. So who do you think could have told him that? Who would have been chatting from the Impact side and told Dave that?
That's where the assumption, I think you jumped already down the wrong rabbit hole.
Okay.
From the Spike side.
Okay.
Dave's got sources everywhere. And
Okay.
if you're in rooms long enough and just listen, you'll hear names come up from PR folks or marketing folks or really production folks. Well, hey, I heard this. Oh, where did you hear that? Oh, it's in the office. Where'd they hear that? Oh, the online stuff. They don't call it dirt sheets. They don't call it, you'll hear different phrases and terminology. It's the online newsletters or this. Okay. You just, which one? Well, there's that FW4 online or they just that kind of stuff. So anyway, I don't have firsthand knowledge, but all right, we're doing a little crime scene investigation. Who would have the motive to say that? I would say the Impact side.
The 100%. Why would Spike go? To me, it's more logical to think that when this comes out, Dave calls somebody and says, hey man, what do you make of this Jeff Jarrett news? And then whoever he calls, they start chatting. I'm going to guess this is probably not the right answer, but I know we've done a number on him on my podcast. Apparently had to be Terry Taylor, one of the people, right?
He was already gone.
Okay. So, but my point is Terry had been in constant communication with Dave for a long, long time. There were other people in Impact who did that.
I got you.
So I'm curious who had a Terry Taylor-esque type relationship. Like it's plain to see when you read these old newsletters. Flair talked to Dave, Heyman talked to Dave. Certainly after the screw job, Brett talked to Dave. So there's certain people you can just tell. Like, I mean, it was in there all the time. I don't know why people don't do more with Eddie Gilbert. Okay, Eddie Gilbert's talking to him. He's advocating for his friends, and I get it. We would all do that. That doesn't make Dave a bad person.
No.
But I know sometimes when we say total fabrication, the translation is Jeff Jarrett calls Dave Meltzer a liar. No.
I'm not. Somebody totally fabricated.
Somebody told him that, and I just want to know if you had to guess, where would something like that come from?
So let's go down this rabbit hole. This is fun. Everybody in that company, right, would have different questions. Let's just say some folks would say, hell, I don't blame him. His opinion meant nothing here. I don't blame him. He should have left a long time ago, or whatever it may be.
Right.
I think the one person in there that I don't know why he did that, or he can do all he wants, but he can't do anything on Spike. To me, all roads point to Dixie.
So you say maybe Dixie said, did Dixie have a relationship with Dave?
Well, I don't know, but Dixie could have told somebody else.
And then, right. No, I believe that like 100% that any of the Dallas folks could have said, he can do whatever he wants as long as he don't bring it to Spike. And like he's going to get there. We're already, whatever. I get that.
Any of that. Yeah.
But I just wonder how the trickle down is, like who's on the horn with Dave for him to report that. I mean, listen, let's just talk about it. Did you have any contact with Spike? You had a relationship with some of those folks, I'm sure. When the news comes out, because you said it right at the top of the program, I told my wife, I told my attorney, I told my kids, nobody else, not even your dad knew. So when the Spike people find out, does Spike call you and say, Jeff, what's going on?
I would love to take a little credit for Nostradamus, but when I heard the news, Conrad, was it August when their deal was up? I think it was, but when I heard that it wasn't being renewed and it was an absolute, I remember getting Dave Broom, who was my production partner in Los Angeles, was like, wow, did you call this? And I said, I really, really thought that they would get not a long-term extension, Conrad, and man, this is good chatter because, or I'm going to think it's good chatter, but I thought, why are you going to take a program off the air Can you replace it? Yes, you can replace it with a CSI or something like that, but original programming, hanging on to hope. I didn't think that they would just say it's over. I thought that was headed in that direction. I'd like to have said, yeah, I was leaving because I knew their deal was completely fried. I knew it was on shaky ground. I knew that they had lost extreme confidence in the brand in many, many ways. I knew that money was tight and renewals weren't coming up. I knew the Kurt Angle situation was going to be very interesting, along with other talent. I knew that the Rocky Road was definitely in front of them because I had a sense that Dallas was, hey, we told you back in 06, we're not funding this bad boy anymore. You're going to be standing on your own two legs. And when the payables, and we kind of touched on that, were way upside down. When all that stuff, it was like, if something doesn't happen, it's really going to be ugly. And that's why I didn't want to be there when the ship completely sank. And I thought it would happen. Did I think it would happen in 2014? I don't think I can actually say that. But to answer your question, Conrad, not until after their deal was over and I heard from Spike, I didn't call them. So that would have been
they announced that it was going to be up in August. They wound up signing an extension to carry them through the end of 2014. So they finished the year. In November, they announced they're doing something else in 2014. But so they finished 2014 there.
Yes. On that, but the deal was really up because it was I think that the contract ran through September. I think they gave him a quarter, but
yeah, they let them finish out the year.
Yeah, and that's a budget thing. Go ahead, that's a budget thing. But once it was over, I didn't hear, and we'll get to it. I didn't hear from them till 2015, and we'll get into that when I met with them and everything that went with that.
Let's talk about talent for a moment, because the WWE has a massive amount of talent cuts coming too. There's a new TV deal that's signed, and it's for less money than they imagined. Their television rights fees are not quite where they want them to be. Remember now, this is 10 years ago. This is not now. The talent's cut at the time: Oksana, Evan Bourne, who we know as Matt Sydal, Camacho, Brodus Clay, who we know as Tyrus, Kurt Hawkins, Teddy Long, Drew McIntyre, and Yoshitatsu. So it's a twofold question. One, were you excited that there's an influx of talent? And two, did it make you nervous? Damn, WWE's TV money's down? That ain't good for me.
So here was what Broom, when did their deal, when did all that come out, that their rights fees weren't a grand slam?
2014.
But I'm just trying to think. And it doesn't matter. I was trying to think which news came first. The Impact, TNA news, renewal news, or the WWE rights.
It was May of 2014. So you announced in April, a month prior. So about 6 weeks after you announce is when it comes out that they have made a deal, and it's for more money, but not nearly what they imagined.
Okay, that wasn't that big a deal. The Impact new TNA deal being dropped by Spike was big.
Right.
It was again, Global Force. We're wanting to launch a company, and the guy who left is walking into our office and going to start these pitch meetings. But now, why did Viacom take him off the air? And this guy left. For lack of a better word, a lot of confusion in the marketplace. The WWE was disheartening, but it wasn't look, that wasn't big news. They're still on the air. They're still getting great ratings.
And they got a bump, just not what they were expecting.
They were getting fantastic ratings, big numbers.
Well, listen, I mean, people would say, oh, they're down. And I even saw some people say the ratings are minuscule at the time. But what those folks are doing is they're comparing it to a prior generation, not only of ratings, but of television.
Yeah.
And it was all changing. So they do wind up getting quite an increase, but it's not what they had projected, not what they hoped for. So the stock takes a tumble.
Yeah.
Yes. But when the stock takes a stumble, it does feel like maybe the interest and the narrative on wrestling might be changing a little bit. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, who once again now for the second time have walked away from a guaranteed deal and pushed your chips all the way in and said, hey, I'm going to bet on myself, part of you has to be a little nervous, or is that where that delusional optimism kicks in?
Both.
Okay.
But again, hearing the realistic tone in Dave Broom's voice was, heck, and I don't mind telling it. There's my stories on here. There was probably a few self-medicating nights to go along with that, because he's in the television business. And okay, let me back up again. Dave was hell-bent on, let's go do a reality show on starting a wrestling company. We'll just say Jeff and others, or Jeff Karen and others, and Jeff Karen family and others, but kind of starting this. And, I'm in the middle of going to Japan and going to Mexico and talking to this. And he goes, Jeff, that's all fascinating. The startup entrepreneurial spirit, that maybe there's even a business. It opens up our pitches. We don't have to just go to this network and this network and this net that's going to carry wrestling. And Conrad, kind of my naivete, not really seeing big picture. I wasn't interested at all in doing a reality show without a TV deal. Maybe that was a dumb thing to do, but that was what Dave wanted to do that. And when he told me, hey, Jeff, yeah, the WWE news, that's, they're still getting good numbers, but that's the reality of the situation. It's not a endless pot of gold, but this TNA situation, hey, dude, that show's getting 1 million viewers a week in prime time. They canceled them. That ain't good, man. That ain't good. What I'm hearing, Conrad, and you can probably relate to this, what I hear, what I wanted to hear. Oh, Dave's trying to sell me on this reality show. Dave's trying to sell me on the reality show. Dave's trying to sell me on Dave, I want a wrestling show. Long-term growth. That's what, that's what I do. Da, 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 da. Anyway, does that paint a picture for you, kind of where
absolutely,
where my head was at? And that was look, I told you I've made a lot more screw ups than positives, but we're here by the grace of God.
Let's talk about Toby Keith. We talked a little bit about him, when we first started the Global Force discussion, when you were trying to see if you could bring him in on the Impact deal. Now that you're going to branch out and do your own Global Force deal, was there any opportunity to do some business with Toby Keith, or had he sort of moved on from that?
He was, here's what's great about Toby. When I say, pardon the pun, all in, he's all in. He was ready to go, but he's also, we covered it. He's on the cover of, hundreds of country music magazines. He's been on the cover of Forbes before. They don't put just country music superstars, singer-songwriters. They put businessmen. And so, and look, I didn't have to, it was very simple. Jeff, if we get this plan together, kind of the whole pin of it all is a television deal. He was ready, willing, and obviously able to go, but we had to get a deal together. So, as far as funding things, he was ready to put up his cash, just like he was in the TNA days, but it had to make business sense. It had to have the plan and the ROI and look, didn't have to be cash positive day one, but he had to kind of see the route to it. And I respected that and agreed with it, but he was ready.
Well, you're trying to get ready. It feels like you're doing a lot of hustling in this area. You're working with AAA, and you're going to work on the Triple Mania show and do a hair match. And we've talked about all that in the archives over at myworldonyoutube.com. But in terms of just, hey, we're bringing home the bacon. I mean, GFW's what we would call pre-revenue. Yeah. And now that you've left Impact, yes, you have points, but it's probably now going to be even more subjective, because now you just really got to kind of take their word for it or fight and scratch and scrape. I mean, you're not actively involved in the business at all. So you got to go sort of sing for your supper here. No.
Yeah. I mean, on the TNA deal, you can, I don't even have to read between the lines. When they have payables as high as they were, Do you think there were any dividend checks, Conrad?
There you go. See, I wasn't going to hit it over the head, but when you really lifted under the hood and you saw, hey, there's all this outstanding, aka all that's got to be paid, and then if there's profit left over, you'll get 14% of that. Said otherwise, there's no money coming from Impact. And if you're not working in Impact and you're not getting paid there, brother still got to go make some money, but he still wants to launch this business.
Yes.
So you're trying to just patch together income in other places until this gets up and rolling, right?
You always, as Christine Jarrett taught me, you got to save for a rainy day.
Yes.
You just do. But, it was high pressure, dude. You got 5 kids, blended family.
See, there you go. You took the words out of my mouth, because I've asked a few times before, like, let's not forget now, there are some people who have the good fortune of this being an investment vehicle. You are the third generation of many promoters who made their profit and paid their bills and fed their families on profit from running wrestling shows. And now you find yourself not in a position to do that. So we're going to go to work in some other areas and still work around the business and in the business while we're launching the new thing. But, oh yeah, we still got kids who got to go to school and they hope to go to college, and
yep,
we got a household to take care of, and we got hungry boys who are coming back for seconds, and
yeah,
we got a house to upkeep. I mean, real life is a thing here, right?
Oh, buddy. I mean, as the most pressure in my life from a business perspective, and this takes in a lot of ground, was 2014, 15, and 16. No doubt. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Even more than 02 and 3?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Because 02, yeah, it was a different time. Remember, coming off the WWF and WCW, and at that time, only 2 kids, just life was a lot simpler, if you will. Then you add in a third kid and the ups and downs in the personal life. And then me and Karen start our blended family. And then, the ups and downs of TNA. And then you get into, okay, I see the writing on the wall, and you just, told the quick story. It's buried. I do not see it, as Dean Broadhead would tell us many times, folks, we're in a financial death spiral. We're not coming out of this. It just, look at it. Let's get real here, folks. If the renewal doesn't come in, and it doesn't sound like it's going to, and this is in 13 when we were trying to acquire it. And I'm thinking in my mind, that is what Dean needs to be saying. So Dixie will hear and go, we've got to make a radical change. And it didn't happen. But yeah, pressure was big, Conrad. I mean, and I didn't even, at the time, Conrad, I knew it was big. I didn't realize how much it was wearing on me. I just didn't. It was really wearing on me.
I just can't imagine. I mean, when you talk about, I just want to add context. You've spent your entire life in wrestling, and then you're going to walk away from WWE, and many would think burn a bridge, go to WCW, they go out of business. You got a little bit of a shelf life there to figure out what you're going to do next. We've covered the whole debacle where the buys are misrepresented and you're spending based on bad information, and crap out, lose it all, find this angel investor. But boy, now the politics are in, and it's a struggle with your dad, and you lose your wife, and you've got all this, and you say, oh no, 10 years later, that's when the real trouble was. This is unbelievable, Jeff.
Oh boy. No, that's, I mean, I've had so much time to reflect on it. And I had a lot, I had a lot of time in 56 days, but it gave me a lot of clarity, Conrad, to really, really look at, do I regret anything? Zero, none, because every obstacle now today is an opportunity for me to learn. I've really tried to drill down on all of it. The miscalculation that if Jeff, you're leaving because, like you said, not happy, but you didn't have any confidence in the nose pulling up. Now, if they go out of business or lose that deal, how's it going to affect what you're going to be starting here? That's a big deal. That was a big deal. I misjudged that. Okay, so now the other thing is I just kind of went into, no, I don't want to do a reality show. In its best days, what does it pay, Dave? Well, it's this and that. You really got to get into season 2, and really season 3 is where you can start making money, because season 1, you got to get a hit, and season 2, you kind of have a lot of leverage. We'll see, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, Dave, I'm not a reality guy.
Well, not just that. Let me ask this. You're a big time family guy. Anybody who follows you on social knows that, but we all just sort of refer to our experience and try to learn and grow from that. And you had seen another wrestler in Hulk Hogan, and how a reality show was probably in hindsight not good for his family. I'm sure that weighed on you.
It did. And look, Dave we shot 2 sizzle reels that he's like, we will protect it. You got to have drama, blah, da, 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 da. But you got to have controversy. Jeff, you're in the professional wrestling business. Your entire issue, your entire industry product is built on good versus evil. Any television show, you have to create that. You're right, Dave. Anyway, just kind of the lessons that I've learned, Conrad, when I look back, I learned more in 14, 15, 16, and 17 as well. But man, what a wild ride it was. And it wasn't all bad. I mean, we're going to get into some things that were a lot of fun and what ifs. But, as I sit here and we just talked at the top of the program about Dynamite and then into Collision and the timing of everything. And yes, the Khan family, it goes without saying, very well funded. The amount of talent on the marketplace, and you kind of look at the timing of Jericho and Moxley and even the Young Bucks and the ROH crew, and just kind of how the dominoes all, and we could go on and on and on. I go back to, it's all in God's plan. The timing of everything, either it's time for it to happen or not. I'm responsible for the effort. God's responsible for the outcome. And the outcome of this was a lot of crazy times, Conrad, in 14 and 15.
We'll clip this out if you don't want to talk about it. But can we talk about alcohol here?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, did you feel like, because you said, I misjudged it. And so I'm sure you're a few months into this and you're like, this isn't really going how I want to. And I feel like a lot of people use alcohol in different ways. So sometimes, hey man, we just closed a big deal. Let's go celebrate. Let's have a beer. Oh man, I had the worst day ever. Oh shit, let's go have a beer. And so people find excuses of how they use alcohol and in every area. And I'm wondering, when you said, man, I just misjudged that, I'm sure there is, as the provider of your family, a 5 and a blended family. So there's all this extra added stress that's never super easy, in any sort. There's no family of 5 that's smooth sailing all the time. There's going to be problems. And now you introduce this, and I'm sure there's probably some piece of, like, on some level, there's some guilt, like, damn, did I make the wrong call here? And do you think you used alcohol more as a result of that?
Here is, and look, this is, the amount of time that I've spent, Conrad, thinking about this and discussing this, that is, and you can probably relate to this. I don't do good with idle time. I'm much better than I used to be. But I think now, using my time, I think I stay in the gym longer now, because so I'm using it as a positive. My prayer and meditation at times when I first got sober were 10 or 15 minutes every hour, every morning. I mean, every morning now it's up to an hour or so. So using things productive. But Conrad, here was kind of the end of fourth quarter, third and fourth quarter of 2014 into 2015, and even into the 2016 running Grand Slam, and that was the 15. I don't want to get too jumbled up here, but hurry up and wait. that was a disaster for me, because you can only do so many things. And then you say, okay, you have the meeting in 2 weeks. You have the call coming up 4 days from now. You have this. All right, maybe a little independent booking here and there, but there's only so many things you can do in a startup. And idle time, again, I was not a good manager of my idle time. And so that turned into drinking time. And that's when that is when I can't say never in my entire life, but I was never, ever, well, when I worked, you never had not a drop until after the show was over, not a drop. And then you start breaking those cardinal rules, and you have, hey, you know what? I don't have anything after my 1 o'clock call. So, man, that lake looks good out there. I'll have me one at 3 o'clock. You started doing that on occasion. Then the next thing you know, it's every night at 5. And then the next thing you know, it's, oh, shoot, I'll have a late lunch, and you have one here. That's when, the pattern is so easy to see now.
Yes.
It's so easy. But during the time, a day drinking here or there, it's an issue. I mean, it is a real issue. And again, coupled with what you just talked about, it is, oh boy,
stress.
Yes. And that's, however you want to slice and dice it, mood and mind altering drugs, which alcohol is, and a bunch of others, but alcohol is. You change the way you feel. Okay. Why did I want to change the way I wanted to feel? Too damn anxious, man.
Right.
I wanted something to happen then, and I could see the pieces of the puzzle moving. Toby was ready. The production company, I thought there was plenty of talent in the marketplace, all the different positives. And again, the news of, oh, wow, Viacom just canceled wrestling. Delusional optimism kick in. Oh, that's okay. Hey, Broom. No, Jeff, that's not okay.
Right.
Yeah. All those kind of things.
Do you think along the way, one of my favorite terms, do you think you ever experienced analysis paralysis, where you just get so bogged down in, we'll do this and we'll do that, and so then that just sort of consumes you? You made a reaction there. Elaborate for me.
To this day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I love data. I love looking at numbers. You can look at, I'm just glad that I don't go in the rabbit hole too much, because you can look at YouTube views and go,
oh God, and get way in your head.
Oh, you can just kind of look at it, which it's another metric. If you just have the right relationship with it and kind of understand it, and also understand, okay, let's go in there and take out India, and let's take out UK, let's just look at US YouTube views. It's a different context, but it is a measuring point. Everybody gets tied up nowadays on ratings versus not even attitude era or 10 years ago. They wrap their head around year over year or 2 years ago or this and that. Do you know TBS, and I think it's TBS or TNT or both, they've lost 20 million, 92 to 71. So whatever that percentage is, when AEW launched. So you got 21 million less homes. That's a big deal. Now you can really think about that, and you can paint a beautiful, shiny picture or a completely negative picture. At the end of the day, it's a metric. It's just, it's truly a metric. So in 2014-15, Conrad, any kind of little data I could get from the TV industry and, working with production companies, they get, oh my gosh, a massive amount of data weekly. And then whether it's WME or CAA or whatever agency, they get it. So you can get all the data in the world you want. Again, I'm getting long-winded, but Conrad, yes, analysis by paralysis. I'm overanalyzing just that statement.
Hey, this is the National Treasure, Nick Aldis, and I am recommending that you go to savewithconrad.com for all your home buying needs. If you listen to any of Conrad's shows, which I do on a regular basis, it's pretty hard to miss the fact that he's in the mortgage business. When the time came that we were looking to buy a place, it was really my first choice. I just got the feeling right from the start that Jimmy and Conrad and the whole team really wanted us to succeed. It felt like it should. It felt like we were all on the same team. You know, it felt like we were in business together, which is, to me, is really how a home purchase and a mortgage process should feel. Not only would I recommend Save with Conrad to friends and coworkers, I have many times already. If I know that they're in the, you know, they're house hunting, my first recommendation to them always is get in touch with Conrad. Like, his team are the real deal, and they will be straight up with you and do everything they can to get you in that house.
NMLS number 32416, equal housing lender, savewithconrad.com.
Well, let's talk about something else that was overanalyzed in the newsletters. There's speculation that Kurt Angle's status with TNA is going to be in jeopardy. You sort of alluded to that earlier. And a lot of the rumor and innuendo is that he'd be your number one pick to build a promotion around. What was your relationship with Kurt? Did you have any sort of preliminary discussions, or was that even the thought? Was that cart before the horse?
Oh, definitely cart before the horse. And I never had one conversation with Kurt about it. But what my mind went to from a promoter to a talent mindset was, Kurt's coming off a hell of a contract. Where's heads? It all goes into that. Is he even interested? Does he want to pick and choose? Does he want to go back to WWE? Does he want a one shot, five? I had no idea where his head was at, but you never want to be the first call in those kind of situations when I didn't have a deal yet. I mean, that's way, way premature.
Let's elaborate on what you said. I appreciate it, but you said you never want to be the first one calling. That's a leverage sentence. You don't want to be, they call you, you don't call them. It also comes out in this era, and boy, this was big news, that Vince Russo accidentally emailed Mike Johnson of PW Insider his production notes that he had been supplying to TNA. Now, this is a total accident. He meant to email them to Mike TNA. And when he typed in his Outlook or his Gmail or what have you, he typed Mike, thought it was to TNA, and went to Johnson. Johnson breaks the news, and I'm curious what you think of this story, what you thought at the time, and what you think of it now.
Has Johnson or TNA or Russo ever commented publicly on this story?
I think everybody has.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's I
know. No, let me ask you this. When it happened, so the reason I'm just trying to, when it happened, so I'm going to go back to my direct experience that
okay.
So would that have been 2012? Whenever we were in TNA headquarters, it was Gaborik, Dean, Dixie, Andy, myself. Anyway, we're all kind of in a row, and you're looking up on a big screen, and Janice from Dallas was on there. And I think I've told this story. Conrad, have I told this story about at the very end of the meeting, Dixie, Janice says, "Hey, Jeff, before we go, wrap it up," because we'd gone over business numbers and just
right.
all that kind of stuff. And Janice just casually said, "Well, Jeff, what do you think?" I said, "What's that?" She said, "About Vince being back." You could have heard a pin drop. I said, "Janice," I just kept on a poker face. I said, "Janice, I'm not aware of that at all." And literally left it at that, because I didn't want to put Janice in a bad position, and I didn't want to put anybody in the room in a bad position. They knew that I didn't know. And
they didn't want to tell you.
No. Well, Dixie didn't want to tell me and mandated everybody else, don't tell Jeff.
Got it.
Those kind of things were the things that led me to say, Toby, we got to get this thing back, and when it did, I knew my best interest. I knew I didn't have a future there. Because if you're going to look, you don't have to tell the minority owner everything, but That
If
was
it's a secret who's working there, it ain't for you.
no, and especially if I'm quote unquote the wrestling guy on the ownership team and I'm left in the dark. I mean, being you've talked about this. If I knew Eric or had the relationship with I have Eric now back then, it's a completely different story. Completely different story. I will say that. It's just it's so many things would have just by the communication, because playing the two sides and this and that. And I think Eric wasn't getting the real skinny from Spike, and I think he thought he was. And it just, there was a lot of muddy waters, and it ended up ultimately Spike canceling. But, you know, when that story came out, my mind immediately went back to, well, I wonder how Dixie feels now about her decision.
Was it a well-known secret in wrestling that Vince was still working for TNA? I mean, clearly, you know, it wasn't talked about out.
I mean, I knew from whatever that time was, but I just left it alone. I mean, it was none of my business. There's no upside to it. I would have just created, and I'm sure my attorney told me back then, just forget you even know that. I mean, that was whew.
The Russo haters, and I'm not amongst them, but the Russo haters, I've seen theories that say, "Oh, he sent that email on purpose." I don't buy that. Do you?
I don't either. No,
that was by accident.
Yeah. Here's, gosh, and I say this through experience, but also the head scratching side of it. How in the world Dixie did that, knowing how Spike felt?
I don't understand it.
I'll never understand it.
Like,
never. Now I understand Vince's side a lot more now. Wanted a paycheck, needed a paycheck. I get all that.
Hey, yeah, and that's the thing. I'm glad you said that, because I feel like sometimes we have these discussions on podcasts. That's what I was trying to talk about earlier. Like, hey, I know you're trying to launch Global Force, but you're working this AAA show, and I'm sure, like, we even got questions. Why'd you work the AAA show? Brother got bills. What do you mean? This is what he does for a living. So, like, I know that that's not fun or sexy, but if you're listening to this, you're probably listening to it on your way to work. Well, everybody in the wrestling business has to do that too. It's not just everybody's independently wealthy. Like when I was a kid, I thought the lady I saw on the 6 o'clock news, well, she's on TV. She must be rich and famous. She's just a regular person. That's just her job. Like, I think that gets lost. So I'm glad you said what you said about Russo. Yeah, of course he was doing it. Dude needed a job. Why would you not? Like, everybody's got to have an income. But from a Dixie standpoint, why would you potentially go against your biggest partner, your most valuable partner, where if that relationship goes sideways, maybe everything else is in jeopardy? Why would you risk that to give somebody else a job? Like, on some level, hire Vince Russo to work with the power company. Let him do something with Panda. Shoot us some fun commercials for Panda.
Or call up Kevin K and say, this is what I want to do.
What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, I understand at the same time, she probably had a great relationship with Vince and wanted to help take care of Vince and get him a job. I get all that. Totally. There's another way to do it though, to your point.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Dixie. She talks to the Torch, and well, here's the quote. Dixie Carter, when asked if she had any concern about Jeff Jarrett's mysterious Global Force Wrestling, she fired back, quote, "Not at all, not even a bit. Don't know what it is, don't understand it, and don't need to." The hard feelings about the personal fallout between Dixie and TNA's co-founder Jeff Jarrett seemed to resurface in her tone there. Man, how did this get so sideways? I mean, I know that's a whole separate thing, but like, it would have been real easy right there to not phrase it that way, but she was not happy. And it almost feels like, and I'm not implying there was a relationship of this regard, but I've heard of romantic relationships where it's like a guy and a girl don't want to be together, but I don't want them with anybody else either. And it's kind of like that here, where it's like, I don't really want Jeff on the squad, but I don't want him to have success over there either. It's a weird dynamic, right?
Ego
Okay.
on both sides. Look, my ego. It is truly ego. There's a great book, Ryan Holiday, Conrad. Ego's the enemy. It's fantastic. He's got a lot of good books, Stoicism, philosophy. But here's a little inside baseball. Not one, not two, but three people told me those "It's Coming" videos that we literally were teaser videos that were put together. I mean, and they got traction, a lot more traction.
Yeah.
Shockingly, great traction, but there was interest. But three different people let me know that they heard it coming out of Dixie's office. She watched it multiple times, which told me, even at that time, before I'd gotten sober and really thought through things, she didn't think in her wildest dreams I would leave. I think that was the absolute last thing. He'll be here forever. I ain't selling to Toby. I'm going to run it my way. I'm going to do things. No matter if the company's upside down in a death spiral and our CFO continues to tell me that, that's ego. Look, my ego made me think, it's not that big a deal. Ego gets us all in trouble. But that to me was the nature of the relationship. She didn't think for a minute. And then the flip side is, what the hell is she supposed to say? Because I don't know exactly when this interview came out, but she damn sure knew that Spike contract situation was on shaky ground.
Right.
Big shaky ground. And even more shakier ground, the debt the company was in. And even worse is that it goes without saying that me, Dean, and Andy had kind of charted the course. Dixie, you can't pull out of Orlando. Where are we going to shoot our pay-per-views every month for the economic? Don't take Impact on the road. House shows are down. We need to figure something out. I mean, down to the point of, Don West is leaving. No, he's not. Oh, yes, he is. Things are not going. I mean, there was just one thing after another, after another, after another, after another that either was diplomatically warned or tabled or discussed. And now here she was still sitting at the helm, and things were looking bad. So I'm surprised she got on the phone with the Torch to give any kind of comment at this point.
We've talked a lot about your journey and you BS before sobriety and all that. And, we've even had, since we've started doing the show, you've had some of those moments where, you had a conversation with Vince Russo and sort of cleared the air. I don't pretend to understand all the steps and all that, but I understand that, that is part of the process of, let's try to figure out, hey, how can we put Humpty Dumpty back together again, so to speak? Has there been any communication with Dixie? Is that still a box you'd like to check and understand more? Or where is it now with you and Dixie?
The latest text was when my dad passed away. So there will be her kids and my sister Jennifer and her kids go to the same school. And my dad had seen her at football games, and there's a school south of Nashville that they all attend. So it's not like, we live in two different stratospheres. We obviously just don't run in the same social circles. I can tell you this, my view on compassion and attempting to look through the lens of the person sitting across the table, whether it's a business partner or a family member or whoever, that's great. That's radically changed my life. And so I've got, no ill will, none. I have in my heart forgiven her, for everything. And I know my role. Look, it wasn't all her. I know I had my role in all of it. I mean, going back to 2002, it was a mess, and it got worse, and it got worse, and it got worse. But I think I'm answering your question. Where does it stand? I mean, she'll text from, on the passing of my dad. I'm trying to think. I think she sent a Thanksgiving Day text. I'm not sure, but it isn't complete estrangement. It's just we've both gone our separate ways, and that's that, I guess.
You're not cross
At all.
Uh,
At all.
I think, you're on the outside looking in, but as you understand it, that email, Vince Russo, Spike debacle, that's the straw that broke the camel's back with Spike and Impact.
I think that's the sexy story. My gut tells me they made the decision
in advance of that.
I think the domino effect, and I found out later, we'll get into it. When I resigned, there was more, oh wait, there's a little more fire to this, and other things, talent leaving, and I can't say storylines, but just it wasn't the same product. I was told that by them in 2015. The understanding, the product wasn't the same on any level.
When you talk about talent leaving, are we talking specifically about AJ Styles?
That's at the very top of the list.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the centerpiece from day one, almost day one. We talk about
almost. Yeah.
I mean, he was on the first show and won the X Division title. So you can kind of say day one, but I mean, yes, it was a big, and again, her complete underestimation of all of that. I mean, me and AJ had the conversation. He's like, dude, when I heard that, I just kind of couldn't believe what went down. He said, you just produced that match at the last set of tapings in Orlando in 2013. He's just like, there was, again, the party was over. When did Eric leave?
Let me look that up.
Did
you have a discussion with AJ about, we've never really spent any time talking about his departure. Were you guys sort of comparing notes about?
None. No.
Okay.
Again, mine was so tight-lipped, and the Toby engagement and my attorneys and the ownership, and I did everything by the book. I mean, to the T. It was
Eric got sent home in October of 2013.
Okay.
And was told to sit out the remainder of his contract. It expired in early 2014.
Okay. So we did TVs in December in Orlando, and I was on the headset and produced some stuff during that. If my memory serves me correct, it was Nick Aldis and AJ Styles, and I was producing it sitting right next to Dixie. And I thought to myself, this was in second week of December-ish. I knew I was resigning on the 22nd. All that. So it was in my mind, it was, man, this is bizarre stuff. Yeah, it was all that. But look, Eric, quote unquote, getting sent home, I think was also, when you kind of look at the whole landscape from Hogan and Eric and Jason, and when was Bruce gone? I'm trying to think. Okay, so Bruce, Russo theoretically had been gone, but in 2011 and 12, there was Vince and Eric and Jason Hervey and Hulk.
He was released in July 2013.
Okay.
Bruce was. So
just look at 13 and knowing what I mean, but Bruce gone, Eric gone, Hervey gone.
AJ's out the door.
Well, his contract's coming up, and look, all that. In the death spiral was real. I mean, it was as real as can be. So when I look back on it now, you just kind of go, well, shit, that's easy. But in the middle of it all, this is where the delusional optimism came in, Conrad, in so many ways. Because I keep thinking we signed the NDA around, Easter weekend, or we signed it a little bit before that, but Dixie didn't find out till Easter weekend. So we're talking, February, I think we signed it, then March and April. So the talks and the payables and the viewpoint of the nose ain't coming up on this. We can't pay this. The Hogan situation was rocky. The Eric and Jason situation rocky. Bruce, she's got to sell. They've got to do something. We've got to change. We've got to change. We got to the end of that year. It's like, nope, we're staying course. Whew. Mesmerizing.
I heard a rumor about you, Jeff. Can you just debunk a rumor for me? Is that possible?
Hot tag go ahead.
The rumor is, I know you're not a big tattoo guy, but I heard you got a tattoo.
Here we go.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
I heard you got a tattoo on your wiener meat. BlueChew.com, promo code MyWorld. Now, you don't see it all at first, but it's like, alongside the shoreline at the beach where they have one of those planes and they just bring like a banner behind it and you can read it. I hear when that thing gets going at full sail, you can read the promo code. It even lists the steps, is what I heard. Is that real? Step one.
Where's Cassio? Where's Cassio when you need him? He would have a great rebuttal for this.
Cassio is congratulating his lovely wife, Big Booty Judy, who over the weekend, Jeff, made her professional wrestling debut. This is not a joke. Big Booty Judy entered the ring in the main event of her very first show. It was a battle royale, I believe, with 19 other dudes. And one by one, they all went over the top rope. Judy was the last woman standing.
Rocket scientist, check. CrossFit trainer, check. 50-yard dash expert that can beat her husband, check.
And break his ribs.
And break his ribs, check. And the winner of the Rocket City Wrestling
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale, yeah.
I mean, think about that. Like, it was the main event of Wrestling Con 6, which is, as I've been told, the WrestleMania of Southern Independent Wrestling.
Okay.
She goes on last. She's in the main event. She's the only lady, and she wins. We got a Alabama China on our hands here.
Conrad, that's going to be the biggest event to hit Huntsville, Alabama until House Rules gets there next Saturday.
AEWTIX.com. I'm going to be there. I guess what I'm asking is, I mean, before doors open, can we get Judy out there? Just, let's let her do a dark match.
I was going to say, Big Booty Judy, get in there and do a little working out. Who knows? A little dark match, maybe a guitar shot. No, better not do that.
Well, no, I mean, here's what I want to pitch. As I understand it, the tag champs have to make the shots. So I know you and Jay will be there.
There you go.
But if FTR already had their travel booked, but they're not needed, maybe, we could figure something out. Maybe Cassio and Judy against FTR. Maybe we can get FTR back on a winning streak.
I'd love to smack Cassio one more time.
Oh, well, we can do it. We can do it. Hey, let's talk about why we're here. The name of the show is Jeff Joins the Bullet Club. We've established by now that Jeff calls himself an honorary member of the clique, and I can't believe it, but Kevin Nash didn't really debunk it. He said, oh, yeah, Jeff would ride with us all the time. So, okay. So, Jeff is
hold on. You glanced over that. Did Big Kev kind of – he did?
Yeah, I think on his podcast, Click This, which you can check out here on Podcast Heat, he put over the, oh, yeah, Jeff was cool to drive with. So, you're like an unofficial member of the clique.
I never said that now, for the record.
Unofficial member of the Horsemen.
No, that is, I got the shirt.
Let's not spill any grandparents' blood in the parking lot over it.
Okay.
And then you join the Bullet Club. I can't believe this is a real thing. It's you and Scott D'Amore putting together a deal with New Japan. We haven't spent any time talking about D'Amore. What was his role with GFW?
He came on board. I mean, it goes without saying, and look where he's at today, Conrad. Hey, you going down under with my man.
Come on, me and Scott D'Amore are coming to Wagga Wagga. Tickets are on sale now in Australia. We'll make sure we link it in the description below. But yeah, if you're in that part of the country, we're going to be there before you know it, early July.
So in the early episodes of the launching TNA, and we've covered Scott multiple times during My World episodes. But look, at this time, Scott was in a place in his life I was at a place in my life that it worked. Scott came on board. And when I tell you, he dove in, he's, I'll say, well-rounded. He can produce wrestling matches. I'm not going to say he's a writer by any stretch. He'd probably get mad if I said that, but no, he's produced in his own promotion for years. Every aspect of the television component, he's actually wrestled himself. So look, it goes without saying, look at his title today. Very well-rounded. But he wanted to be a part of something. He enjoyed success in the early days of TNA. We always seen eye to eye from a business perspective, sans 2017 when things went upside down. But look, we've already covered that, and I'll take the blame or my share of it. But no, he wanted to come on board, and specifically the Japanese relationship. He's had a good relationship with not just New Japan, many promotions, Noah, others in Japan. He helped with he helped TNA in the early days with Japanese relationships. And so he was a conduit. And for the New Japan situation, again, the Bullet Club getting hot, they wanted to spread their wings. Again, people that are kind of new to wrestling, New Japan, I don't believe, had run anything really in the States. And so they wanted to spread their wings in the U.S. Obviously, I was putting the pieces of the puzzle together for promotion. And we said, hey, let's just form something. Look, there was no, I don't want to say radical meat on the bone. But again, I think they were looking as much for something out of me as I just wanted to kind of establish a relationship for future deals. Again, going into a network, when they ask you, all right, Conrad, I've completely kind of botched. What is the reason for all in the notes, I knew something was going to trigger me. Whether it was AAA in Mexico, whether it was New Japan over in Japan, or any promotions throughout Europe, my vision was when you go in and you start pitching networks, or just, I don't even say pitching because there were pre-pitches. There were discussions to get the temperature. What talent are you going to use? What talent are you going to use? And when I kind of gave him the vision, that was something that always turned heads. Hey, I'm going to have multiple styles of wrestling. There's a strong style from Japan. There's a lucha libre in Mexico. There's, more of a mat wrestling and kind of British wrestling. And every now and then, if they really wanted to hear a story, you go into the Germany rounds and just all those kind of conversations. So that was kind of the genesis. Hey, Scott, let's form relationships. And that's what we did. In Japan, Gato at the time, the booker, he still is, of New Japan, a connoisseur of Memphis wrestling. And he understood, he understood kind of the lay of the land. And that's how kind of the relationship of the beginning of New Japan and Global Force Wrestling relationship was.
Love that answer. Glad to have it. We should talk about the fact that you're going to come out during the G1 Climax and announce that you've signed an agreement between GFW and New Japan, and you're going to take the mic and address the crowd, and you thank them for their support. And then we do some photo ops. And right after that, an announcement is made for Wrestle Kingdom 9, Tokyo Dome, January 4th, 2015. We would see Tanahashi defeat AJ Styles. At the time, he's the IWGP champion, their big belt, if you will. That's going to be third place in the G1 Climax. And AJ here is the leader of the Bullet Club. And he has the club attack Tanahashi, and that all leads to a Styles clash. And then you show up with Scott D'Amore and clear the ring. And you and Tanahashi have the Bullet Club at bay. And Scott is having some trouble getting the guitar case open. He finally does. And the guitar says Bullet Club. And you smash it over the head of the ace of New Japan. And here you are, a part of another stable. Is this New Japan's idea?
100%. So, Conrad, a little a footnote on this. This was done in a dome stadium, but the window, it was an open air dome stadium. but there were monsoon rains this day. The humidity, I wish we had that little crazy stat. It was, we were pouring sweat. But anyway, the ceremony was done very well. And look, it was I was the babyface promoter, if you will. I came out not as a wrestler, suit and tie, as a promoter, launching a new promotion. But the Wrestle Kingdom 9 was kind of the impetus because of things to come. We were going to hire Jim Ross. We were going to put it on pay-per-view. It was just kind of the introductory of Jeff, the businessman or the executive, into the brand. And that was the whole premise, if you will. And I knew going over there that I was going to get involved on some level in a wrestling storyline. I had no idea to this level. When I got over there and AJ and Doc and Carl and I'll call it the rest of the guys, what they had laid out, because all I knew was you're going to be doing a Bullet Club deal. And so I got the guitar made and got the Bullet Club logo put on the back. But how they had it laid out, to me, it's definitely a top 10 moment in my career. I know, Conrad, and here's why. The Bullet Club was red hot.
Yes.
It's hard for me. Look, I'm a huge Nakamura fan, but Tanahashi, when you kind of watch his body of work and the air guitar, and I'm just yes, I love his work, but I love his character. I love Nakamura's character well. But anyway, to do this angle and at the height of it, and with AJ Styles involved in it, and we've touched on it, Conrad. So think about this. This is October, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about where me and AJ were at just 9 months ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you're back together again.
And that's why this whole moment was super special, that me and AJ were back together. He's on top of the world. I mean, when you really think about what AJ did in that, he was a TNA guy and he went out on his own, again, bet on himself.
Yes.
And just didn't succeed. I mean, on the grandest of grandest stages outside of the WWE in such a big way. And for me to get to do this storyline, and sure, I had hopes at this time that I get to work with him together. And look, a lot of the non-Japanese folks were pulling for me. We need another promotion. You can't be in Japan. I know, Carl, I don't know how many weeks he was over there consecutively, Doc too, but they'd love to get American dates. So a lot of business, but from a personal perspective, but to get to do the angle the way we did it. And Conrad, the cool thing is that here I come running down, and I was out there the segment before, 2 segments before, babyface, and I was with the executives in the ring with New Japan. We shook hands and photo ops and golf claps and all that. And then for me to come be running down, and I'm saving the top babyface, Tanahashi, for a Japanese audience. Okay, there's a big deal. Okay, here's our guy. And me and him, and look, it says Scott was having trouble getting it out. I think it was, maybe he had a little trouble, but I think it was a timing. I had to get ready. And when he handed it to me.
Yes.
So my back is to Tanahashi's. So it's like, I'm looking one way and he's looking the direct opposite. So they can't jump us. We're back to back. But as we are back to back, but also kind of turning in a circle, everybody on the floor could see my Bullet Club logo. And so the story was, I don't know if they got into the nitty gritty of it, is they didn't even know who I was going to align with until they saw the logo. And when we did one full circle or half circle or whatever it was, then I stepped back and cracked him. And we all got in the ring and embraced, and here we are. And I'm the office member of the Bullet Club, and that was kind of the running joke. It was a lot of fun, a whole lot of fun to do that. Special moment for me.
Of course, Smeltzer was not a fan of the angle. He says the fans booed the angle a lot, and whether it's good or bad, time will tell. He says this is just an overdone TNA angle, but it hasn't been done here, so we'll see. He writes things like Jarrett is 47, and the only other major promotion he's wrestled in years is AAA, where he's getting over, but it's as a race baiting heel American. He doesn't do a lot in the ring, but he knows he doesn't have to, blah, blah, blah. And I think we all know that Dave has a real soft spot for New Japan. I'm curious within the industry. I mean, you said it, but maybe we can elaborate on it a little bit. The folks who are in the business, I'm talking about the performers, the talent, the guys wrestling, taking the bumps, putting out matches. Certainly being the WWE champ is king of the hill, because we know, well, you're the top guy at the top promotion. You're probably making the most money and having the most success, blah, blah, blah. Good for you. But there's been a reputation for a long time that some of the best wrestlers, some of the best in-ring performers, not necessarily characters and stories and all that, but just what they can do and the stories they tell. New Japan has always been held in high regard, and their big belt, their world title, the one that AJ holds here, that's up there. I mean, and you're in the ring doing, this story with their hottest act, with their top American, and the guy who's sporting the belt. Like, we can't overstate the importance of AJ as champ here, can we?
And again, I think this is Jeff talking.
Right.
I've always correlated the top guy makes the most money.
Yes, absolutely.
Top belt makes the most money. Okay. AAA belt, the exchange rate, you made a lot of money for that currency. In Japan, currency is different, but you got a lot of dates. You wrestled a lot, but you also made a lot of money. But AJ's success story over there, again, there's a little bit more of a culture that you've kind of got to be around a little bit longer than 6 months.
Yes.
To be champion. That's where AJ,
unless you're AJ.
That's and here's kind of the unwritten thing here. Yeah, Dave didn't like it, but it's funny how Dave absolutely knew that I was not booking or writing this.
Of course not.
He knew Gato was.
And then he wins Booker of the Year in the Observer Awards every year until Tony did.
Okay.
Just saying.
But it's funny how Dave still knocks it. And I get it, because I think.
Because he don't like Jeff Jarrett. That's it.
No, I think it works for his audience.
Okay, there we go. Let me ask you this. Did you foresee a singles match with Tanahashi? Was that the thinking?
I would have loved it, but I didn't really know what they had in mind.
I got you.
Yeah.
That's important to remember too. I mean, at this point, yes, you're trying to forge a relationship. And well, this is not a polite sentence, but there's always leverage in every relationship. And if you're not sure who has it, that means it's not you. And in this circumstance, New Japan had the leverage, not Global Force. So if you show up and they say, Jeff, here's what we have in mind, you're probably going to find a way to say, all right, let's figure that out. Even if you don't want to do it, we're going to try. We want to be a good partner. They got the leverage.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that was exciting me was about the entire New Japan relationship during this era. You mean to tell me I get to kind of be the point person to put this on American pay-per-view? I knew that was a big deal. I was tickled to death to be a part of it. And they approached me. I didn't approach them and say, hey, I got this great idea. No, they approached me. I thought that was a really cool thing. And I knew the product was hot. I didn't know the undercurrent, just how hot it was.
I absolutely love this story because we get to talk about how you put Global Force or Wrestling Kingdom rather on American pay-per-view. As I understand it, it's all going to be through Fight, and you somehow managed to rope in Jim Ross. We're going to talk about all of that another time, but before we put a bow on this episode, around this same time on Impact Programming, we would see Bully Ray powerbomb Dixie Carter through a table off the top rope. This is a big moment in their history. Did you get to see it? What'd you think?
I did not see it.
I thought for sure you would have lived vicariously and powerbomb coached her.
I mean, I'm sure. No, I mean, you're saying saw on the first airing.
Well, I mean, just in my head, you know, that was like one of their last great angles there with Dixie.
Yeah. You go right into and you play armchair quarterback. Okay, I get it, but where are you going with that?
I was wondering the same thing. Like, okay, what's next? Is Dixie going to be training with Mean Gene and she's making a comeback, or what is it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's announced that Bound for Glory is going to take place in Japan. That's right. The Impact Bound for Glory is going to take place in Japan. And it's reported that you actually put this deal together before you left TNA with Wrestle 1. Can you tell us how that came to be?
Just the connections. What's crazy, Conrad, when Bound for Glory actually happened on October the 12th, Queen of the Mountain's birthday, I'm in Japan for New Japan. I'm there when it actually took place. But months before, I had, again, just in 2013, there was, it could even go back to, I wanted to work with international promotions. We did to a certain level back 03, 04, 05. That's how me and Pena hooked up. I've always wanted to branch out and have real working relationships because, look, less than, better than, or different. Well, WWE's never going to do that. They've tried different things. I'm like, look, it doesn't have to be this huge financial windfall. We need to have working relationships with other promotions around the globe. I always thought that and tried to get it. I got shot down so many times in TNA, especially when, I won't get into that, 2010, 11, and 12, there was real no interest. The Rinky King thing was another, we don't want to work with, we got to worry about Spike and we got to worry about all that kind of mess. But the whole, what's the question, Conrad? Because I got off on
Wrestle 1, Bound for Glory.
Wrestle 1. Having that relationship was really cultivated. I don't want to say, was it 2012, but certainly 2013. But then they made the decision. But I know there were some financial factors that they needed to do something different, because how are they going to put a show on in America? I mean, I'm telling you, it was a mess.
You mean in Japan?
No. How was Impact Wrestling going to put a show on in America? They had killed, there was, the brand was dead in America.
Well, and that's what we're going to talk about when we pick it up, when we talk about, what's next for Global Force, because all of a sudden when Spike is going to end their deal with Impact, now both of the companies you founded are looking for a TV deal at the exact same time. And we're going to talk about your pay-per-view deal. We're going to talk about Wrestle Kingdom. We're going to talk about Jim Ross and so much more. In a couple of weeks, we'll be back talking about May 2003 and TNA. We'll talk about Glenn Gilberti getting a push, CM Punk making his debut, Extreme Revolution taking a shape, the Asylum turning on you. That's what we'll be doing in 2 weeks. But next week, Jeff, we're doing something a little different. We're throwing the keys to our listeners just a couple of days, or the day after Memorial Day. And I'm sure you'll have your bright new and shiny tag strap over your shoulder. We're doing Ask Jeff Anything next week here on the program. Get involved, ask a question right now on social media. It's easy. It's on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at MyWorldPod. You can also watch our shows over on YouTube. It's MyWorld on YouTube.com. Be sure to check out all the new swag and merch that we've got, including the infamous Last Outlaw t-shirt. That's all available for you right now over at boxofgimmicks.com. My favorite, the Grass Outlaw. Everybody's outside working in the yard. Why not? By the way, if your business targets men 25 to 54 years old, buddy, there's no better place to advertise than right here with us on My World. You hear some of the sponsors year after year after year. Why is that? Well, because it really works. And with our super targeted audience, there's very little waste. Go right now to advertisewithjarrett.com and find out more about how affordable it can be to advertise here on My World. But Jeff, I'm excited because you sort of alluded to it earlier. Lots of fun stuff happening here in Huntsville. Next weekend, AEW House Rules will be here. Tickets are on sale now, AEWTIX.com. But at the end of June, we are exactly a month away from our annual Top Guy Weekend get-together. And I can't believe this is real. We asked everybody over at Ad Free Shows, do you want the next event to be in Chicago, as it has been for 2 years in a row? Do you want it to be in Nashville? Because we sure did have fun when you tried to kill Morgan's grandpa last year. Or would you like to do it here in Huntsville? Huntsville got over 60% of the vote. And we've been having some conversations. The old Eric Bischoff, less than, better than, different than. This year, we're going to have some fun, are we not? It's going to be a little different.
It's going to be a blast. I did some calls this week for our new signups.
Yes.
And literally, I did 4 of them this week. Explain what that is, because when you sign up,
we have promotions going, and we do them all the time on social media. The idea being, when you sign up as a new subscriber, hey, you're going to get a little welcome call from somebody on the team. Might be Eric Bischoff, might be Jeff Jarrett, but somebody's going to call and thank you for joining our network over at adfreeshows.com. And usually that leads to some fun conversations, I'm sure.
They're great. There's a coach. Anyway, I had a blast making the calls, and they always, they're supposed to be 3, 5, 6 minutes. Sometimes, I said, hey, I'm long-winded, just like my partner Conrad. Anyway, it always goes into, and I said, well, tell me, because I like to do my little focus group. Tell me. And they always end up saying, I'm getting so much more that I didn't know I wanted to listen to, or watch.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. That's what I said. I've told Conrad from day one, coming out of the pandemic, I said, it's the best value in wrestling. That's when we were all shut up and all this, closed in. It is the best value. No doubt. And I know I'm a member of the team, but it's still the best value. Your conversations with Conrad, Keith Elliott.
You like that?
Dude, we'll talk off air. I want to pick your brain on that one. He's a fascinating dude. The Jim Johnson was good. Zahadi was good, but Keith Elliott, I want to pick your brain on. It's
John Filippelli. I mean, we've had so many fun ones on there that are names. I mean, these are power brokers in wrestling, and you can only hear their conversations at adfreeshows.com. Check it out right now, and I hope you guys will join us for Top Guy Weekend. By the way, I know it's a month away, but as I understand it, Evan runs that shop over there. He just tells me what to say on these programs. I've been told if you sign up for an annual membership, you can come to this Top Guy Weekend next month. How about that?
Whoa.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, but apparently that's the thing. So next week, Jeff, we're going to talk about, whatever our listeners want to talk about. Let's ask Jeff anything.
The other thing is we put a bow on this because I knew we were getting to the Bullet Club and all that. And I thought, as I started reading the research, because in 2000, I thought we were going to get into 2015. If I say getting on the runway, that's going to be a theme of probably once we get into the next, it's kind of get up on the runway. As a part of that, it was production companies, Arthur Smith and Arthur came in and we formed, I want to give too much away here, but he's the producer of American Ninja Warrior. And it took him, I think, 9 years before that show, his version came to light. He's just like, hey man, you got to get in this for the long haul. And I'm thinking to myself, we're going to be pitching wrestling. We ain't pitching, all that anyway. But as far as getting on the runway, we'll get into the Grand Slam tour and all that kind of stuff. But GFW merch. And as I was moving my lease, or I had to change rooms at my warehouse, I dug up some old GFW merch. Conrad, I'm going to let you put your thinking cap. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just throwing that out there. We've got time to think on it. It's not available right now, but
hang on. Is there any Global Force Gold merch?
We didn't make any of that. Maybe.
Well, we need some. We need like little gold bars as like door stoppers.
Maybe a business card.
Dude, if we could get like a gold bar door stopper.
I wonder if any of those cards, I didn't make them, but the guys who did I don't know. That may be a collectible.
Dude, you gotta
get the Rakakon collectible, the Global Force Gold collectible, and what's the other one? We got to get one more.
Well,
I think on that Most Hidden Treasures or whatever the show.
You're not gonna believe this, but I after Starcast finished, we just packed it all up and bring it down to my warehouse down here. And I went in the studio the other day to record with Mick, and I guess Silva and Clint from Hershey had been over to the warehouse looking for something else. And in my office now, or my studio at the office in the back, I think you've got a video back there.
Oh yeah, several.
There's the white shirt that Ric Flair was wearing when you stabbed him in the freaking dome this time last year.
We still got it, don't we?
We still got the shirt. And I'm like, guys, I don't know that we can have that in here. Like, I mean, it might be okay, but can you imagine without context of what that was? Like,
my DNA's not on it. No, sir.
Shit. I know whose is on it. We were worried and concerned. And when he did that little,
I feel like it was only 10 months ago.
It feels like a couple years ago, doesn't it?
It's weird. Yeah, it does feel in one hand. Yeah.
Anyway. I mean, since that time, you've become a 2-time AEW champion.
There you go.
And you're the first ever international champion. I mean, I'm excited. I think, speaking of Global Force and Global Force Gold, you're going to have some Global Force Gold this weekend. Double or Nothing is here. This is your chance to see Jeff Jarrett win a world title on pay-per-view in 2023. And as I understand it, it's your dad's turn with the book in heaven. So you're going over, baby. It's his 6 months.
You can't follow that, pal. Take us out.
We'll see you next week right here on My World.
Peace.